words. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, just want a life that is worth every day exploring, My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to an extremely late version of the Mikiniko / V Sojo News Recap Network News Bite. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm extremely tired. It's been a long day. However, I did decide to pop up here last few minutes to catch the beginning of the broadcast here to see who Nazuna is and if she is in fact our lady in disguise here. And I can say without a doubt that Nazuna is who we think she is. And she has given several indicators and several tells, including well, first off, her laugh, the way she her dialect and inflection as she delivers English, the several different characteristics and responses that she has given, just with the interaction with the crowd, the audience, her mannerism, several of the key traits that she has carried over from character to character has just been extremely clear, that in things that she's comfortable with and she knows she's able to interact with the crowd with. Oreo, ohayo gozaimasu. Yes, it's very early for me. It's getting kind of late, and I was actually up for all afternoon working on trying to catch up from yesterday when I was in the hospital getting imaging done in preparation for my surgery. And unfortunately the project I was working on blew up in my face, and I lost half of my work. So I couldn't upload or publish anything that I was going to do, or what was I was preparing for tonight into tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to get up early and try to get that done. Yeah, she's trying extremely hard, yes, but she is, did I tweet this? No, I did not. I did not. I actually just jumped on here. Good suggestion, though. Hang on. There we go. Now it's tweeted. Yeah, she is trying extremely hard to not sound like her and to try to make some differentiation between who she is and or who she's trying to perceive to be and who she who she is on the screen. Um, and the best thing to do is if you can't or are unable to spend money to subscribe to her channel, and to be honest, with Twitch, that as far as I know, I mean, with all the time I've spent on Twitch, I've never once really have seen much of um, a tier difference or anything like that. As for other than getting rid of um, getting rid of the constant ads that pop up if you're not a Twitch member or a subscriber to a channel. You get access to stamps and stuff, but um, I mean I've been like different tier members for different channels, and I've never really had much of a difference in you know having different being part of a different tier or anything like that. So if you have a Twitch account and you're just like lurking in the chat in the stream, I mean people are going nuts, handing out um subscriptions and stuff right now. So I mean you could get gifted one just by hanging out in the chat. I mean that honestly that would probably be like the way to go with just the way things are going right now with their chat, her chat. um I'm going to I'm gonna have this and I'm probably gonna get bonked for this, but hey, who cares right now? I'm gonna have this really really small over in the corner, just so we could see her talking a little bit, but it's I'm not gonna have the volume going or anything like that. But um actually I'm gonna lie.
思い出そうとすれば寝ちゃうからね。はいはい。アメちゃんズ可愛いね。アメちゃんズね。アメちゃんズいいな。
Yeah, YouTube tried to copy it a bit. It's not, it's not 100% copied how it is over there, but it's pretty close. Let's see. Can you guys hear her talking?
思い込みじゃないよ。寝ちゃうのよ。魂ちゃん可愛いね。ちなみに後ろにいるのがアザラシちゃんですね。名前はちょっとこれから話します。
Let me know if you guys can hear her talking.
フォーガー。フォーガーって何？どんな意味があるの？あ、目にアザラシ。なるほど。
Yeah, her laugh is very similar. Can you guys hear it through my stream?
最初に追いつけてないと真ん中にいるぞ。ファンジェル、キーファン、おお、キーファン可愛くない？キーファン、ポコツ。ポコツ？いや、デビュー配信でこの声はまずいね。いや、まずい。
That laugh is a dead giveaway.
焦ってるよ、内心。ノリアメリカ。いや、もともとね、
Okay, I just want to know if you guys can hear or not. If you guys can hear, I'm gonna I'm gonna have it muted, but I'm gonna have it off in the corner here, just so I don't get bonked by YouTube or Twitch or Vizojo or anybody else. you know, I'm gonna have it like, really small in the corner. But like, if you guys have it like in audio form on your other screen or whatever, while you have me on or vice versa, I mean that's fine too. Either way it doesn't matter to me. Um, but I'm just gonna have her like, like really small on my screen just for a little bit. Um, yeah, I'm following her too. I'm like I said, I'm just gonna lurk for right now and see whether or not like I get a gifted sub or not, because like I said, I mean there's already been over like 260 gifted subs and counting, gifted out. Of course, there's over 45,000 people right now, but I mean just the way people are like like handing them out like candy. And the other thing is, if you do have a Prime membership, Amazon Prime, and you haven't used your Prime membership in Twitch, you do have a free sub that you can use every month. So, but yeah, it's like a guarantee confirmed that she is who we believe she is. Um, like you guys said, and like I said, the laugh is a dead giveaway. The way she talks is a dead giveaway. Her the way that she attempts to utilize English is the exact same way. The fact that she tries to use English, but she is not fluent in English is another dead giveaway. The fact that roughly about 12 hours ago, she did actually tweet on her Miki Nico account that she believed that she was quote unquote shadow banned on YouTube, which was a little bit sus. But I honestly believe that she was trying to kind of feed into a narrative of why she was not not active, and not why notifications weren't being received, and why why no why she wasn't receiving notifications, and why notifications weren't being sent, and all this other stuff. Trying to feed into that narrative of why that account is like more or less dormant. Which she didn't even have to really like exaggerate or lie about, because I mean, she said several months ago that she was going on hiatus on that account, to begin with, several weeks ago. And if anybody who has even remotely follows her on her YouTube channel knows that she streamed Pokemon like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she had like tens of thousands of people watching her play Pokemon. So, I mean, yeah, there, people do watch her on her Twitter account, but I mean, I got notification on YouTube that she was streaming Pokemon, so I know for a fact that she wasn't shadow banned when that stream happened, because if she was shadow banned back then, I wouldn't have gotten that notification. And every notification that of live streams that she did since February, I've gotten a notification for, before and after I was a member of her channel. So, she didn't really have to go to that length just to say, try to extend a narrative. But at the same time, I don't know exactly why she believes what she believes either. So I'm not going to, assume to go to that length of trying to speak for her. But at the same time, she of course, says that she didn't do anything wrong, which of course, as far as we know, she hasn't done anything wrong. So, why she has the assumption that she, is shadow banned on her Miki Nico account is something for discussion further on down the line. I would have to check my resources to see if there's like a trail to follow on that. But at any rate, the fact of the matter is the assumptions that were leading up to now that she had signed on with Fisojo, those assumptions are correct. Yeah, you can definitely tell that it's not somebody that is trying to imitate her. You can tell that it's not someone that sounds like her. Her, just judging by her mannerisms, that the way that she talks in English and Japanese. If you have spent enough time listening to her, when she portrayed various other voices for other characters and other personas, without a shadow of a doubt that the person is who she believed that she was. So, hey, welcome to the stream, by the way. If you are somebody who is not here regularly, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you dropping in. I've been covering everything that has been happening with Miki Nico since February. If you look at the history of my channel, I've been covering her since the notification went out that Rushia was let go by Hololive, and I've been following her history and the whole transition from Hololive to now Fisojo, and it does appear that at least at this moment that that transition has come to fruition, and that as a individual, she has signed on with Fisojo. Now, I do want to let me back read just a little bit. Calvin, welcome. Nice to see you. Alvin, welcome. Nice to see you here too. Anyone that is lurking, that is dropping in to see what's going on and what we're talking about, welcome. It's great to see you guys here too. Calvin, not to mention, in case I kind of spoiled the whole thing when she says she's someone that we all know. Yes, exactly. That's another great point. I'm glad that you brought that up, because I did see somebody send me a DM earlier that mentioned that. I'm just looking at my phone right now because I got like a whole bunch of DMs that that I'm just now like catching up on. So great point. Her death metal accidentally showed up. Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear that she like sounds like she is back mentally and emotionally, and she's invested in where she wants to be. Okay, now I want to get I want to hit something on the head just a little bit. And it's kind of preaching to the choir. However, it's something that really must be said. If you are a regular here, you guys have heard this before. We had talked about this, where she needed to get her head in the right place so she could move on. And a lot of people were like, no, she doesn't need to do that. She just needs to keep fighting. She needs to keep fighting and push on and push through it and everything else. And that wasn't really the case. She had spent the better part of the last month getting her head in the right place, going to doctors, going to professionals, seeking help. If you were privy to follow her on her personal accounts like I was, She had posted updates regularly where she had said that she had been going to professionals, that she was coming out of those meetings with them and feeling a lot better. She was getting a lot of weight off of her chest. She was, she was feeling a lot better. She was feeling a lot more invested in what she was doing. She was actually starting to want to look forward and not, constantly looking back at what she lost. So the fact that she has been able to like actually stand up in front of everyone here and not just kind of doom and gloom of where she was when she was standing up in front of everyone with her Miki Nico persona is huge. It's really really huge, guys, because you gotta understand, and it's another thing that I was really trying to hammer home. When you look at the persona that was really being portrayed when she was, giving us that cat character, there was a lot of projection of who and what she was actually feeling at that point. you know, and there was a lot of mental issues that were being projected there. So everyone really should understand that what you were seeing at that point is a lot of raw emotion that we were actually seeing the real side of her that was really suffering at that point. So you know the fact that you guys are here and checking her out and perhaps even subscribing to her or supporting her or like just being invested in what she's doing right now or intending on following her in the future, those types of things are what helped her get over what happened since February. Okay, now you may not like the drama that happened. You may not like the fact that drama tended to follow her since the problem. You may not like the fact that there seems to always be controversy surrounding her over the past 5 months. You may not like those things, okay? And that's okay not to like those things. It's just like with Kason. A lot of people are like, man, you know what? Uh, we really want to like her, but there's just so much drama, man. We can't like that. We don't want that drama. And I get it. I really do. I get it. I get the fact that the drama can sometimes be insufferable. I mean, like I said, I've been talking about this for 5 months. Okay, and I'm just happy that I don't have to talk about drama right now. I'm talking that she's back as somebody who is actually happy to be back, professionally and moving forward. I'm happy about that. I'm happy that I'm finally being able to talk about something positive again. So, if there's nothing else, just be happy that she's been able to take that step forward, and if you can't follow her any further, that's fine too. I mean, there's still close almost 43,000 people sitting in her chat right now that are there supporting her. So don't feel bad if you can't go down that road any further, or can't give any more money, to support her or whatever, or feel like, okay, you gotta pull back, that all the support you've been giving her was to try to get her over that hump, and now that she's over that hump, you can't do it anymore. It's fine. I mean, I kind of feel that way in a lot of aspects too, and I told her, I said, hey, I'm gonna go about doing this my own way from now on. I continue to support you. I am a supporter of you until you give me a reason not to. However, there's only so far I can go, and if you have other resources that you feel are much better, hey, you know what? I guess I'm replaceable. You know, and obviously, at this point, she has the full power of Fizojo behind her. So she don't need people like me anymore. She has, an organization that's 90, probably what, 95% that speak English. So I think she's gonna be okay from now on. So, I mean, obviously they seem to be doing pretty good with models and rigs to be able to give her something as good as she has right now, right? I mean, look at that. I mean, the yo version 1 model on debut is on par with version 3 models that first generation Hololive members have just gotten. I mean, just let that sink in for a moment. Yeah, have a great night, guys. If you gotta check out, have a great night. I appreciate you dropping by. Hey, well, Fizojo has had a lot of issues already with antis, and they have gone after him. So, you know what? They have, I mean, I think they've gotten that system figured out, and hopefully, if them JP antis haven't already figured out with Kason. If they start trying to mess with Nazuna, they'll feel it. They will definitely feel it because the tech team alone. And I pray to God, I really, really do. I pray to God that the tech team for Fizojo work with Nazuna and have taught her and explained to her these are the things that you should do before you start streaming or when you stream, so she doesn't have any of these anymore, as Pina would say, any pawn moments, where things what happened, because yeah, she's she's not, doesn't have to deal with a corporate office cover core anymore, but she don't need no more trouble, man. She just need to have, she just needs to get back to work, I mean, hell, I mean, since she been gone, I've been just kind of checking around at some of the other people that have been with Hololive longer and been with Hololive less than Rushia was, and amazingly, Mel had hardly any. I think Mel had on par about as many covers and singles as Rushia did, okay? After Rushia got canned, all of a sudden Mel got the amount of covers and singles that she got started getting just went through the roof. And I'm not saying that Rushia was holding her back, because Rushia wasn't getting them. And and it's well, why wasn't why weren't anyone getting these opportunities until now, And then you had, again, like I was saying, Hollow X came in, and all of a sudden they're already dropping singles and covers like on day one, and they're continuing to drop singles and covers and getting 3D models within 6 months. And it's like, I mean, you left your number one moneymaker out to dry like that, you know? So, I mean, guys, I can't see how this isn't a good, opportunity for her, and how this is, this isn't like the best fit for her at this point. Because, I mean, if she were to sign with like, Niji or one of those other agencies, she would have to go back into another corporate industry. Whereas, we've seen before, you look at, Fisojo, Sojo. You look at Fisojo, and I'm sorry that I'm taking away the stream, but I mean, you go back to their mission statement here, I mean, Fisojo is on a mission to empower unique individuals. We believe in embracing ourselves without apology and believe in true connection through technology. What is Fisojo? We are a VTuber company based in San Francisco, California, American based, not Japanese based. We are an organization that launched in 2020. Fisojo's mission is to help VTubers turn their passion into a profession through dedicated management, tech innovation, collaboration, and support. Not corporate bullshit that caters to Chinese investors. And you know what? I'm talking about Fisojo and Nazuna specifically, in K-san. So yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it in this stream. Corporate bullshit catering to Chinese investors. That's exactly what it was for both of them. And I'm sorry if that offends people, but that's exactly what it was. There's a lot of that going on. And it's still going on. And if people don't, if people don't agree with that, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, she broke her NDA. Yeah. She broke her NDA. I get that. But you know what? And I was mentioning this to, a couple other people as well. There have been just as many offenses with people that are in Hololive now that have broken rules and regulations within the company that are just as devastating, if not more, to public perception of the company and the individual. Where they could have claimed the exact same things as what they did to Miki Nico and terminated their contracts. First two people that come to mind, Marin and Sakura Miko. First two people. With their whole incident with the BL magazine not too long ago. That whole firestorm, just saying. They could have easily have terminated both of them. Another thing that they could have terminated people on, and there, I've taken a little bit of heat on my current stance on it, but I think it, for me, as somebody who runs a channel, I have to go by information that I know and give opinions when I say their opinions and state facts when they are facts. or present facts or what is perceived as facts as I'm able to. Um, a lot of people were saying that, well, one of the other contributing factors were that the fact that, when Miki Nico was with the other company, that, she was constantly having to take breaks because of health issues, very similar to another person that is currently leaving, you know, and that's another thing, that they did, they just didn't want to deal with that anymore. And again, that there have been several other people within Hololive that is still there, that deal with health issues, that have taken extended breaks. Roboco, Marine, Miko, um, I mean, there's been several other people that have done the same thing, that have had to take the extended breaks. So, I don't believe that's the cause, but it could be an excuse, definitely. But I don't believe that would be a cause. Um, I think that uh, you know more than anything, it's the fact that public perception, quote unquote public perception, and also keeping investors happy, especially ones that are dropping multi-million dollars into a company when you're investing like tens of millions into a project that is literally like dumping money into a boat and saying, yeah, eventually it's gonna float so I can fish on it, is it is what they're doing right now. So that's why they got rid of them. Mousy is with her. Oh yeah, Mousy is extremely happy. And I'm happy for Mousy. I'm actually, I've never, I'll be honest, I don't watch Mousy a lot. Okay, and usually, like, every time I flipped her on, she's always had like the smaller model. This is the first time I've seen the new model that she was using tonight. And I was like, that's not Mousy. And then I was looking around, I was like, oh, that's a new model. Cause I mean, I've seen like the models of Manners, and of course I've seen Project Melody's model, and and I've seen some of the other models that of the girls that they've had. But the last models I've seen of Iron Mouse was the smaller, shorter model. Like the one that she was with Mori with. So I'm just not used to like the more mature one that I'm used to the shorter one. So I was like, but the other thing that really got me was between the voice and then the short hair. As soon as you hear the voice with the short hair, it's a dead giveaway. I'm sorry. I mean, when you hear her voice with the short
日
hair,
本タイムジャパニーズタイムだとどうなんや
it's a dead giveaway. It's a
誰が
dead
なさんやマジで
in that laugh. It's a dead giveaway with that laugh. It's a dead giveaway with that laugh. I mean, when you pair it up with like, with the other model with in longer hair, like, it gives you a little bit of pause because you are not quite sure whether or not you're like really looking at the same person. But when you have a short-haired a short-haired lolly that is laughing and saying, "I'm not Piton." I mean, you cannot not believe it is who we believed it was. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Mega Man, and welcome, by the way. Yes, it's like as beautiful as the last day that we heard Russia's laugh. And that's the greatest thing ever. And you know what? I will reiterate what I've said, both what the last time I streamed and the very day that we lost Russia. Regardless of who is presented to us on the screen, you know, if we really care about the girl that is that that is the heart and soul behind her, you know, we'll love and care for her, and we'll support her regardless of who's on the screen. And honestly, I'm glad that it is her, because it's reassuring to know that after all the struggle, I talked about that a little bit earlier, Mega Man, but we will circle. Let me finish my thought, then we'll circle back around to it. We she struggled so much just to get to this point, and she fought so much, and she could have just given up. She really could have. I'm not sure how her money situation is, or if she like really spent it all, or if she had it all invested, or where it all went, or how she has her finances, or whatever. I mean, honestly, for all we know, I mean, for all we know, she could have it like wrapped up in investments, and she can't touch it for 10 years. I mean, that's just a reality of things. So the fact that when you go from having the best job you could ever have to not having a job, and wondering, okay, how am I gonna make money? How am I gonna pay my bills the next week, next month? And then you have people saying, well, you make, like, 6 figures, or 5 figures a month, I mean, you can easily pull in this money, yada, yada, yada. It's like, yeah, she could, like, log in to a computer and stream, and people can give her money. But I don't believe anybody realizes just how hard it is to actually sit here in front of people and try to get them, try to entertain them, when your life is pure shit. I really don't. And when you feel like you're at the bottom of the barrel, and that everyone's walking over you, I don't think people really understand just how hard it is. I mean, yeah, she could sit there and probably fake it, and crocodile tears and all that other stuff, but I mean, honestly, guys, I mean, when you are dealing with that type of depression, and that kind of pain, it's extremely hard just to turn on the camera, and people don't like to hear that, because they believe that it's so easy. They think it's really easy until they're there. And and she was there, and that's why she was, that's why we didn't hear from her in so long, and that's why there was so many gaps between things. I mean, she was trying to handle things as well as handle her own depression, and trying to put her life back together and everything else. I mean, and her standing there in front of us right now with and sounding complete again and whole again, even if maybe she's still hurting a little bit inside and she's still kind of like trying to like finish putting everything back together. But her just being able to take this kind of step, I mean, it's huge for her, and we should be happy for her. I mean, it ain't all sunshine and rainbows on this side of the screen. But at least what she's been able to make that step, that leap forward. I mean, I've been stuck at 700 subscribers on my YouTube channel for a couple of months now. I mean, just trying to get past this plateau has been like, it's been terrible, but I mean, I get, I haven't pushed that hard for it either. So, I mean, that's probably my fault, but at the same time, I can understand some of that frustration, but anyways, yeah, I did see the tweet that she put out earlier. It was probably like, late last night for her, early this morning for the rest of us on this side of the planet. I did see the shadow ban comment that she put out, and it's kind of weird that she put out that comment because she mentioned that she'd been shadow banned for months, and I want to respectfully look, while we're talking. We're just respectfully looking, okay? We're not being perverted here or anything. We're just respectfully looking, gentlemen, okay? Respectfully looking. And if I get bonked for this, I get bonked for this. But you know what? We cannot not zoom in on this because we are respectfully looking. Nazuna, you are like, you can't tell me that she didn't specifically ask to be flat.
そうみんなねスイキーさん呼んどるんですけどねなずなちゃんね
I'm actually a little bit impressed that her
そうなんです。そしてモ
I don't
デ
know
ル
if
リー
these
ダ
are
ーさんがねブライアンさんコンセプトデザイナーさんはねスクイーキーさんです。スクイーキーさんそうスクイーキーさんちょっとごめんね日本語下手で日本語下手で頭が寝ちまってる。
I'm wondering if somebody is subtitling for her in real time. Yeah. Thank you, Calvin.
パパですね。このナズナを動かしてくれるようにしてくれない人パパ。
I'm gonna mute again
いろんな人が本当
because
に
she's just talking about her. I thought she was gonna like zoom in closer, but we'll wait for her like to zoom in closer before we, just so like we keep Susan happy. She's really cute. Hey Knight, how's it going? Welcome. We don't want to make Susan mad, and we don't want to make we don't want to make Vizojo mad either. So we're gonna we're just going to like for now we're just going to like occasionally zoom in, but we're gonna have her like miniaturize. We're gonna make the lolly even lollier. And we're gonna shrink her her washboard further. Eh? She already has merch.
だよよ。
Does she have merch
こちら
already?
にショップ見れるからね。すごいよね。
Wow,
これ
she
ね
has merch
これ
already.
夏の
Look
とこ
at
には
that.
ね、もし
She
かして
has
来るんだけど
merch.
ね。
Yo.
めちゃんこ楽しみです。T シャツ、ポスター。ポスターなんかね、こうしてぺったんこにしてか
Really?
けられるんだって。すごいよね。こうなんかガラスみたいな、なんだっけ、入れてピタって。あれおしゃんでね、夏のもお部屋に飾ろうと思います。はい。タペストリーは掛け軸みたいな感じです。そう、 T シャツね、他にもいっぱい売っとるね。サウナポスター、これめっちゃ好きなんだよね。そう。
Oh, wow.
で、グループのポスターね。あ、これ夏も入ってる。ケイソンちゃん。
Wow, look at that, guys.
グ
Look
ル
at
ープ
that.
ポスター、うわお。
Look at
すっげえ。V 少女のみんな
that.
ね、
Sugoi.
グループ T シャツ。
Sugoi, Nazuna.
上さん、これも欲しいです。
Sugoi.
上さん、V 少女の上さん。
You too, K-san.
これ
But
だけじゃな
Nazuna,
くて、こ
sugoi.
っちも欲しいんですけど、いいですか？オッケー。あ、これソードアートってこと？あ、違うのか
Look
な。
at that, guys. Look at that. Look at
デ
that.
スクマット。待って欲しい。デスクね、これも欲しい。置きたい。ここに置きたいです。かわいいね。これみんな、
No,
V 少
right?
女のみんなです。
My wallet.
待って、ちょっとアイアンマーちゃんが、ナズナ、
Nazuna, you're taking my
僕のだ。
money.
ナズナがね、ちょっともう、アイアンマーちゃんが好きすぎて。
That's a really awesome poster, though.
T シャ
Look
ツ
at
買ったみんな。
that.
T シャツ。これね。
You forgot to button your shorts, though, Nazuna.
ごめんなさい。私としたことが。
Those must be tight shorts to stay on if you don't have them buttoned.
失礼。
Let's take a look at the shirt.
私としたことがね。
Ooh, there's a shirt.
あーだ、よく脱いどこうかな。
Wow. That's some pretty cool. That's some pretty cool merch.
こちらね、みんな見てこう。プロジェクトメロディーちゃん、ケイソンちゃん、アイアンマウスちゃん、かわいいね、みんなね。ジェントレアちゃん、ナズナ。え、あれ、アメミヤは？アメミヤは梅さん。ニャンナーズちゃん、ナンニャーズちゃん、
That's pretty cool. I may have to I may have to at least buy the poster. I wouldn't mind having that poster. Maybe not so much the shirt because like I am really terrible with shirts, but you know, I mean like I'm really rough on shirts, but you know, at least with the poster I can put it up on the wall. So but yeah, you know, again with Mega Man, I'm not sure if you're still here or not, but yeah, we did talk a bit about the I heard something about Ame, but you know, I think she said her last name because her last name is Amiya. Ame Mia. Hey Red, how's it going? I did start a stream just to like, since I did hear you know, I flipped on her debut and saw that she was it was who we thought she was, so I figured what the heck, I'll stream for a little bit because I am like still half awake. But yeah, I did I did talk a bit about her her tweet earlier today, and that she did mention that she was shadow banned on YouTube, which, you know, again, I find a little odd because when I was scrolling back through my notifications, where I mean, because I mean, you can look at your notifications, and like I never delete my history. I mean, I have notifications back from when she, back all the way from when she streamed her Pokemon um, stream, and before that. So the fact that she said that she had been shadow banned for months. I think she was trying to, and this is just my opinion, okay, but I believe she was just trying to kind of feed into the narrative of why her account has been so quiet and so inactive, when she really didn't have to lie or say anything negative like that. All she had to say was that she was on hiatus. But I mean, I think she was trying to fib or make an excuse solely for, hey Umberto, no, 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 welcome, welcome. I decided to gorilla stream purely because I heard her voice, and I like got a little excited and said, "Yep, that's her," and decided to at least hop on and make the confirmation, or at least confirm it on behalf of my channel that yeah, it is her that or oops, where did the picture go? There it goes. That's our kitten is now officially a fallen angel, more or less. Yeah, she sounds so happy, and you know, I was saying this a little bit earlier. I honestly believe that, she's happy. She is honestly happy because she is in, she's where she wants to be. She is back. Yeah, reincarnated again. Yeah. She's back in front of people. She's working with other people again, people that care about her, that have welcomed her, that aren't judging her. you know um is she our lovely well, she is our necromancer that has been reincarnated as an angel. So, it's more like, the necromancer has been put to rest, and the heavenly host has decided to give her new life and reincarnated her as an angel, and she has immediately like fallen and got bonked on the head, and now she's back on Earth because and doesn't know why she's here. Oh, she has tried so hard, but I mean, I mean, what can we say? I mean, she hasn't, uh, she she never really gave notice that Miki Nico was gonna go to sleep for a while. So, you know, or that, and she never really told the fandom that, you know, quote unquote, somebody may show up that sounds like her, and that, there's gonna be a disconnection between that person and the person that's in front of them. And that's where a lot of distinction has to come about, where you have to have, communicate with the fandom. And it's just so rampant right now that people aren't going to listen. You know, hey, bud, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it. Yeah, yeah. Our kitten is back. Our kitten is back, and she's no longer a necromancer. But hey, the person that reincarnated people is now reincarnated. So, oh, looks like she's ending stream.
See you again. Choo.
I mean, just to see you again, Chew. I mean, if you don't believe that, sir, then I mean, it's her. Yeah, so I mean, again, guys, if you are, I'm gonna say this right now, okay? I am, as you can see, I'm not a member or subscriber to her channel. And we sat here through an hour worth of her stream, didn't get one commercial. Um, Now, commercials obviously do pop up on Twitter, just like they do on YouTube. But if you on Twitch, I'm sorry, but they pop up more frequently and unexpectedly and everything else. But I mean, if you just like, especially like right now, if you just hang out for the next few days that she streams, I mean, you can look at the subscription the gifted subscriptions. I mean, there's been 100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 675, at least 675 subscriptions that have been gifted so far in just one day. I mean, if you just like hang out even, and as long as you have an account there and you hang out in the chat, I mean, chances are you're gonna get a gifted subscription to her channel, or if you subscribe to Prime, if you're a Prime subscriber, Nazuna, make sure you in stream. Make sure you actually in stream. Oh no. Did she forget to end stream? That's actually some comfy music though.
消えます。ありがとう。ここまで聞いてくれて。じゃあね。I love you. チュー。よ。
Wow. Yeah, she's definitely doing the whole girlfriend type thing. That's for sure. But hey, I mean, that's what she was most comfortable with. I mean, honestly, guys. Yeah, she is definitely Piton. There is no doubt about that, guys. There is no doubt about that. But I mean, yeah, she is. That's definitely our that she is who we thought she was. And hey, you know what? It's okay. It's okay, because at the end of the day, it's kind of what we wanted. People who wanted her to not dwell on the past and stay at the bottom and not continue to be tormented by everything that happened and move on. Yeah, I heard her say that. Yeah, it's definitely her. I mean, just that. Not be done. You're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We definitely we definitely have been blessed in more than one way, you know. And hey, you know, like I said, I've been covering this since, since February, and I am extremely glad that she has at least been able to get to this point, because um, had she not been able to get to this point and had continued down the path she'd been going, she was gonna ruin her career. It is her. It is her, Dark Phoenix. Um, Basically, all the signs, all the tells are there. We have literally been able to listen to her, and confirm everything that she has. She has literally like used same sound bites and same phrases of everything that she has used from her time with Hololive and her time here, with as Miki Nico, and then now as Nazuna. It is her. We can call it 100% confirmed. Um, she I mean, she even does the whole Yandere, not Piton, not when people are calling her flat, and calling her a washboard and everything like that. Yeah, I mean, it's her laugh is the exact same. Um, when she talks in English, her English is exactly the same. The way she talks, the inflections, the pronunciation of words is exactly the same. When you compare and listen to the way she speaks Japanese, her accent is the exact same way. It's 100% confirmed, my friend. She just ended stream, so you are I mean, you have not. I mean, I don't think she's gonna be privatizing her streams on Twitch. So if you go back, yeah, you should be able to watch the VOD. Yeah, cutting board. Yeah. uh, you, but I mean and the interesting thing is, I mean, like, Fizojo has gone out so far, yo. I mean, she already has merch with K-Sun. I mean, look at this merch. Look at this. I mean, look at this poster that they have of them already. I mean, that laugh. Yeah, that laugh is that that, like, I mean, yeah, that death metal voice is not is yeah. Um she just ended stream, so I think I mean, but you can, like, the VOD, the VOD's in real time, so you should be able to go back and, like, watch the VOD there. Um, I mean, that's one of the nice things about Twitch is, I mean, it should VOD in real time unless she had turned it off. But I mean, just look at this poster. I mean, I'm buying this poster. I'm ordering this poster. I mean, yeah, the VOD should still be up there. I'm ordering this poster. I mean, this poster is awesome. And then there's also a shirt. Yeah, she's trying not to sound like Rushia. She's trying not to sound like Miki Nico. But she has the problem of it is that her laugh is so so distinguishing, and she has never really, like, done much to make her voice sound different from the way that she was when she was in Hall Live to now. or in the past for that matter. So some of the other girls have used different pitches when they've talked in with their past lives, but I mean her voice is very distinct and very I don't want to use the word repetitious, but I mean if you compare persona to persona to persona, that everything is the exact same. It's exactly the same. But I mean, hey, like I said, that the thing that you have to remember also is that she has not given the fans themselves an explanation of whether or not Miki Nico is in fact going to um, go permanently on hiatus, or if Miki Nico is still going to be around. Um, the last message that she has given, as far as streams go, at least as far as I'm aware of, is that YouTube, of course, is still on hiatus. Her last message on that was when I hit 1 million there, that then she might do a stream there. But she had also put out a message saying that thought she was shadow banned on YouTube, which I I have mixed feelings on and opinions on, because of I kind of have data that conflicts with that, but that's a different story. She had been streaming on Twitcasting. That still had been in effect. So, I mean, that hadn't seemed to have changed. Um, and when the last time I checked on Fanbox, she had gone dark on Fanbox again. After her last update at the beginning of the month, so I'm not sure how that's gonna go. So she hasn't really said much on like how what's gonna happen with Miki Nico, if she's just gonna like disappear again on the personality, or whether or not she is gonna use that as an outlet to be more down to earth and herself in her own time. you know, um, I, it seems like, at least when she was separating herself from Miki Nico, the semi-active streamer, and Miki Nico, um, the private person on Twitter. Um, she seemed to like actually be able to relax a little bit more when she had those two accounts separate, so she could be a distributor on one account, and then she could be more herself on the other account. Now obviously, that privatized account, and a lot of her privatized accounts, she has deleted prior to her debut just now. So those accounts are gone, but the Miki Nico account that we all know about, it still remains. So whether or not this account goes dark again, like it went dark before, we'll just have to watch and then observe and see whether or not it does go dark, or if she says anything. My guess would be yeah, I know. I just looked at my Twitter feed, and hey, let's see if I can pull it up here. I looked at my Twitter feed right after she finished streaming, and where'd it go? I just lost it. And oh man, it was a good. uh, I I hate it when where did it go? Um, somebody clipped her trying to flash her what's not there booba or flaunt them. But yeah, it's ooh yay. Okay. So yeah, I mean and just so you guys know, guys, I mean the interesting thing that that we have to remember as well is Nazuna also um has a YouTube channel as well. So if she is going to be anything like Kason, and it very well could be, she could eventually try to transition everything over from being completely active on Miki Nico to being having everything completely active on her YouTube channel for Nazuna. Um, I mean that is a the last time I checked her Instagram account, she had not posted anything in quite a while. Let's see here. Oops. And, there is so many people posting stuff about her now that tweet is long gone. Damn it. I should have bookmarked it while I had a chance. But yeah, so yeah, she does have she does have a YouTube channel. Of course there's no content on it yet, but I would venture to guess that if you keep an eye on it, she might eventually put content on it. Most Vizojo gals do put content on it on their channels at some point, whether that they do self clipping or they do archives. I have to stop watching the VOD. Why Phoenix? Why did you have to stop watching the VOD? I mean, I know like Nanners has her own. She uploads her own VODs um, from Twitch to YouTube, just so she has a secondary. Because one of the bad things about Twitch is that VODs don't stay around forever, unless you specifically go back and then you have to you have to manually go in there and then you have to manually select them and then you have to save them as you have to save them in a special way, otherwise Twitch deletes them after 90 days. It's too much. My heart can't handle it. Yeah, I hear you. I heard her talking, and it reminded me of especially the ending that when she did her ending there, it reminded me of like how she always ended her ASMRs. I'm like, I see what you did there. You know, it reminded me of her ASMR so much. I was like, I know what you did there. She's an angel and she's killing people. uh, hey, welcome, Mo, welcome. I know most people were probably on pins and needles just waiting to hear whether or not it was her or not, or, because they just wanted to, like, they just wanted to confirm that it was her so they can, like, get, be hyped about it. And I mean, like, the moment that everyone heard her voice, and were able to, like, live confirm her on her debut, I mean, everyone was just excited about it. So I mean, it was good. It was good. I'm really glad that the debut went the way it went, and people, and especially her chat and her mods and everything else, went as solid as it went. Because my worst fear was that the antis were going to try to hate raid her, and I mean, fortunately Twitch has gotten a lot better with hate raids and hate trains and everything else. Oh my god, here it is. I found it. Ah! Oh my god, I found it! 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 I found the clip! Ah! Wait. Where is my... Okay, there it is. I gotta put this in here. There we go. Mute. Hello, cool. How's it going? I missed this intro. I know, right? Those hips. I mean, like, going on. You can barely see the. I know you can barely. You can't tell me that she didn't ask specifically for this type of model. I mean, like, tell me how can. I mean, this is live 2D, people. Again, and we're not watching this just because we wanted to see the hips again, okay? Okay, yes we did. So this is live 2D, people. This is live 2D. This is a version 1 model. Version 1 model. Not Hololive. Version 1. She has literally been. She literally has better technology and a better model than what she had in Hololive. Version 1. I mean, it has taken some people in Hololive 3 years to get a model where they can, stick their tongue out. Hey, cool. I want you to see something, okay? And I actually talked to everybody about this the other day, okay? I want to, I'm gonna get very close to the screen, okay? So You see me? You see me? Okay, you see me, right? I'm real close to the screen. I know I'm real close. Okay, but look, okay, Fubuki was really excited about being able to do this finally. You see me? I can stick out my tongue. Fubuki can finally stick out her tongue. Right? Okay. Now, I'm I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, okay? Now, my model isn't nearly as like sophisticated as Hololive, okay? Um, but I can, and again, like I can, if I really wanted to, I could wave my hands at you. Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, and I can but hey Clark, how's it going? But see, here's the thing, guys. See, like, if you really dig into this, like my model, if you compare like how much I spent on my model compared to like what, like, how much it typically costs for people to get models just to be able to move like that. um like I didn't pay 5,000 for my model. I didn't pay 4,000 for my model. I didn't even pay like 3,000 for my model. um I didn't even pay 2,000 for my model. You know, um, Now, like, I don't have like hair physics as much. Some of my hair does move and everything like that. My tail definitely doesn't move, but it does kind of sway a little bit. But you know, it just it bothers me that it's taken a multi-million-dollar company this long to upgrade their multi-million-dollar making VTubers to the point where they can stick out their tongue and or raise their hand, you know their highest their highest money making VTuber that they cut loose can now jiggle her hips and you know um do all this in live 2D with her version 1 model on debut in front of everybody, and she is literally going to thrive and be like her working for Vizoja right now is literally like at least I would say probably about like a 10 to 15% increase in money that she brings in because she's not having to pay cover money, give them a cut off the top. So yeah, but not that I'm dogging, pardon the pun, but not that I'm dogging Fubuki. I'm happy she can stick her tongue out, because I thought it was really cute, and she was like, "Hey, meet," you know. But I mean, it's just like, yeah, she's in really good hands. And I'm glad. I am so proud that they took very good care of her over on Twitch. I'm very proud of that they took care of her on Twitch, because that was one of my biggest worries. And I'm sure that them tech guys were probably hugely responsible for making sure she was well taken care of, especially, and their mod team, especially, being able to control the hate. Well, and they've had a lot of experience already, with taking care of Iron Mouse and Nanners and Project Melody, with all the stuff that happened with Project Melody, especially. So, I'm very proud of them. I'm very happy that they've been able to take care of them, take care of her. So, hey, take care, Red. I'm glad that you had a chance to drop by. Beavers, welcome, 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 welcome. I'm glad you were able to drop in. But yeah, this is good. Yeah, her model is extremely sophisticated. I mean, I was just like, you know, I, I'm, I'm, I'm not a rigger, and I'm not like, I'm not, I've had a chance to like, to learn a little bit of how, um, the designing goes into making a model, so a model can be made so it can be rigged, and just the amount of movement that is in her model itself, the amount of layering is so, there's just so many components to having to be made and drawn for that kind of movement in a live 2D model. That, I mean, you're literally, if you were to draw that and buy it on the market, I mean, you're probably looking between 5 to 7 grand right there, just for the model, and probably the model and rigging would probably be upwards of 7 grand if you got it from a decent artist. And that's assuming that you get it from an artist or a circle that has artists and riggers on the same team, and that's assuming that you're able to get it within a timely fashion. I mean, for the turnaround that she got for this particular model, I mean, let's assume for a moment that negotiations happened, all right? And negotiations happened as early as April. Okay, I'm just being arbitrary. I'm just picking a month. Okay, let's say that, like, February rolled by, March rolled by, April 1st they, after cover cut everything off, April 1st came by, negotiations automatically opened with Fizojo on April. Okay, you gotta figure April, May, June, July. Okay, 4 months. Typical backlog right now for decent artists, that is anywhere from 4 to 6 months. Okay, so that is barely within the current window of getting a model designed, created, designed, created, and rigged in 4 months. And most artists are 4 to 6 months backlogged. So, I'm sure, they probably have their own team, but, even, even teams that work for groups like Vizojo, they, a lot of them, do other contracted work. So, just like artists for cover and Niji, they all do contracted work too. They take other projects on too. So you know, being able to get this high quality within 4 months is literally a godsend. Twitch, oh man, you know, I will. Let me tell you something, okay? When the highest I've seen, and I'm trying to remember correctly, there was one time I was sitting. Hang on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's see here. Nanners, hype train. Nanners like um Nanners had a hype train of I think it was like 7,000. She had a hype train during her Dark Souls um stream, and she literally broke down crying because it was so the hype train was so big. I mean, the donations, the subs, and everything. The gifted subs were. I mean, it was going nuts. It was literally like 7,000% don't hype train. It was just completely insane. And she broke down crying. She cried for about 45 minutes straight, guys. Yeah, welcome, 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 welcome. Yeah, it is who we thought it was. It is who we thought it was. Um, so yeah, yeah, don't, if you thought tonight was decent, and we kind of counted it up top 10. She had, I think it was like about what was it, about like over 400 some odd. She had like at least 450 gifted subs, and that doesn't count people that subbed on their own. Smaller sub donations. People that use their prime subs and everything else like that. And if you figure, she got over 450 subs in one day. Right right there, she's gonna be just fine over on Twitch. And as long as she has her her Fizojo mods over there watching her back, she's gonna do very good over there. She's gonna do a lot better over there with those mods than if she were trying to do this solo. Because, and let me tell you something, she sorry, when she was thinking about going and doing Twitch solo, independent, it was a total bad idea. We saw that the amount of hate that she had on YouTube when she was trying to do streams by herself. And the amount of hate from the aunties and the bullies and the people, the instigators and everything else, we saw exactly why she needed people to watch her back. And the fact that she didn't have people watching her back, and she didn't have people that she didn't know who to trust. And that was the biggest thing is that, she had lots of people who were like, hey, we'll help her out. I even, sent her multiple emails. Hey, I'll help you out. I'll help you out with the people that are instigating in English. I'm here for you. You could, I talk nothing but positive about you. I try to stick up for you when I can. That kind of thing. But when she didn't know who to trust, that was the biggest thing. And now that she knows she can trust the people in Fizojo, she has a team to back her up. She has a mod team that will watch her back. She doesn't have to worry about whether or not the mod team is doing their job, or if they're there or not, or what people are saying. She can just focus on what she is actually doing in her presentation. And that's the biggest thing is she can she doesn't have to worry about like looking at the chat and, okay, are these people like talking trash, or are they are they actually being decent, or what what have you. There's a dedicated team that is actually worrying about that for her, and then all she has to do is look at the chat, worry about what people are saying, and then be able to do what she had prepared, and that's the biggest thing. Yeah, thousands of dollars, thousands. I mean, let's see here, where or was it what was it Bloodborne, or was it Dark Souls? Yeah, they I mean they go nuts over there, and especially um um especially with donations, and with um with um I can't find it right now, but yeah, Nanners, I remember watching her stream, and I was watching, I believe it was Dark Souls, and her hype train hit like insane numbers. Um, like here's one here, like Iron Mouse. Let me pull this up here. Like Iron Mouse here. I mean, she cried her heart out in getting 3,000 subs in 1 hour. I mean, 3,000 subs in 1 hour, and you figure $5 a sub. All right, $5 a sub, 3,000 in 1 hour. I mean, that's 15 grand right there. Yeah. That's Nanners for, yeah. Nanners is like really. I mean, she can like really like, yo. She can. I mean, she like swings from like she can get like really emotional, but then she like really like tries to like play it off, when she starts feeling embarrassed about being emotional. So I mean, it's almost like she's swings from like soon to daddy like really quick. I was like, like, I'm not crying, you're crying. type person, Um, well, yeah, Nux. Well, I won't go into it too much, but Nux and Vizojo have a long, complicated history that, that happened recently. And we won't go into it too much. But long story short, he supposedly tried to help them with something, and there was a lot of controversy behind it because he supposedly uh, he supposedly shared information with them, and information was received, but then he supposedly took information that was given in return, or responses that were given in return, and then tried to leak it, or did leak it, and either exaggerated it or it was not accurate, and so he tried to pass it off as it actually being accurate, and it turned into a whole big controversy. And I'm not going to go into it too much because, I mean, Nux does a lot of things for outrage and a lot of things, but then he also does a lot of things that are legitimate, that do honestly expose and help people when things are not right. So, like I said, it's complicated. But needless to say, I will say that in that particular case, I do believe Fazogio and their team over what Nook said, purely because the information that was shared by both parties are there was more accuracy in what was said by party A than party B. So, but that is what it is. I mean, people have various views on that, and you can go round and round and round on it, and I'm not gonna take sides on it. That's just my honest opinion. Take care, Phoenix. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, let me scroll back a little bit here. Yeah, don't play. Gotta go, Phoenix. Okay, yes. Sorry. Take care, Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to your opinion on how you feel about what Nux said. If you believe him, you're more than welcome to believe him. You're more entitled to that opinion. Again, my opinion is that I tend to believe more of the information that was shared from the opposite side, and that's more because of information that was shared by the tech team itself versus what was shared by Nux. They were more inclined to share information, where Nux was more inclined to try to protect his sources. And as somebody who works that side of things, I can respect that from his side. But at the same time, if you're trying to clear your name, you have to be a little bit more forthcoming with information and not be as discreet if you are going to attempt to, set the record straight on your behalf to maintain your credibility. So, but again, like I said, he has also done a lot of good for people. I mean, he's stuck up for Kason on more than one occasion. He has set the record straight for her on more than one occasion. So, I think he plays both sides of the fence, to be honest, and I think he plays both sides of the fence because it really depends on what side is gonna put food on his table, um, or put money in his pocket for that month. And honestly, if that's his source of income, then I mean that's what he's gonna do, and I'm not gonna sit here and condemn him for it. However, I will say that he um, likely is not gonna be making a lot of friends that way either. So um, yeah, with just that's just my opinion on it. Um, but again, and let's just make it clear, guys. I mean, we can have a discussion about it. Um, just don't be hateful towards each other about it, and don't be disrespectful towards each other. You can have opinions about it, and you can certainly um, share what you feel or how you feel about it. Like I say, this is everybody in chat. This is an equal space. You can we can have discussions, and we can have this. I mean, hey, we're the person that we are talking about, and the person that we have on the screen, the two people we have on the screen right now are very controversial people. I mean, hey, believe it or not, our now newly minted angel is a controversial figure. Kason still maintains a controversial aura around her, um, with people saying that they're not going to support Fizojo because they signed her. You know, we can have discussions about controversial stuff so long as we maintain a level of respect towards each other, and keep it respectful in the chat. Don't argue and fight with each other. Don't be derogatory towards each other. You are free to share your opinion. You're free to disagree with each other. Just like I will, will tell you if I disagree with you. I mean, I have disagreed with people before, and you guys know that. I've called out haters before. And gone live. I've done guerrilla streams and called out people live. Say, hey, you want to disagree with me? Here I am. So it's it's okay. But just make sure that you be respectful, okay? Yeah, Nanners did go on Nux pretty hard. I mean, she literally unloaded on him because of the whole thing. Yeah, and Shadow's exactly right. The the gist of the whole thing was a big there was a lot of misunderstanding that happened there. So yeah, head of security was gaslighted. That is correct. All right. let me rephrase that. Sorry, I didn't read that correctly. Uh, with their head security gaslighting Nux. Yeah. Nux did get gaslighted. Yes. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing. All right. There were look. Here's the thing. There were a lot of things that happened with the entire situation, and not everyone ended up looking bad at the end. Okay. And this is the takeaway from the entire thing. Everyone walked away looking bad from this, and everyone learned something about this. Nux learned, Visojo learned, and all the talent learned, especially all the talent learned. And from what I heard and from my understanding of the whole thing, the talent and security, the security team and the tech team, everybody had a very, very long talk after this whole situation was like, over and done with, and everything was like, okay, we gotta move on from this, and this is what happened. This is this is the last thing we're gonna say about it. Everyone had a long, hard look in the mirror and long look at each other, and they had to reevaluate how they were gonna handle things moving forward. And everybody had to learn something from it and change the way that they did things and change the way that they were going to handle things both internally and externally. The fact of the matter is that if you are going to have an outside person approach you and say, hey, would you like to contract me, or would you like to have me use my connections to try to hook you up with whatever intel I can give you, and you as an entity are like, no, we can handle this on our own. Don't gaslight the person. Tell them no and tell them to move along. That's all you gotta do. You don't have to sit there and say, you know what, no, I tell you what, I mean, here's what I know, okay, and here's the people I think it is, and I mean, this person's kind of sus, and, I mean, if anything, it could have been this organization here. Why don't you go take a look at them? And send them on a wild goose chase and all this other stuff. I mean, you don't do that, okay? Because then you have another variable out there in a situation that you are trying to get to the bottom of. Okay, as security and as a company and as management and as most of all as a tech team, you don't add variables to a problem when you're trying to solve it and bring a resolution to it, and then implement a fix and a mitigation plan to prevent it from happening in the future. You take away variables, you eliminate variables, and you bring it back down to its most simple components, so you protect the system that was breached. That's it. Okay? Now, if you really, really, really think about it, then everybody had fault in this. Okay? Everybody had fault in it. Everybody learned something from it. And unfortunately, a lot of people had hurt feelings from it. And a lot of people lost trust in each other because of it. But if you really, really think about it, you can point blame at each other all day long and say, well, that person was as part to blame. This person shouldn't have done this. That person should have done that. All of it's right. All of it's right. So what do we learn from it? We learned that everybody has something that they have to improve upon it in order to make the next situation better. Nux should really keep his nose out of some things that don't pertain to him, just because it's something that he can chase down and probably make money off of it, or make more fame off of, or get more clicks off of it, or get more views off of it, doesn't mean that he should necessarily chase it down. You know, just because, somebody comes up to you and says, hey, you know what, I got connections, maybe I can do a little digging for you, maybe you give me a little something in return. That don't mean you send him on a wild goose chase, because you think, oh, well, he's this little kid, and we need to take care of this. So, hey, why don't you go run over here and do this little errand for us? You don't do that. Because then this is exactly what happens. It blows up in your face. Everybody gets pissed. Everyone gets mad at each other. Pretty soon there's misunderstandings that go on. People start yelling at each other. People start making public issues about it. And then you got a worse problem you have to take care of. See, everybody's correct on this, okay? You don't have to keep pointing fingers. You don't have to keep pointing fingers. Except that he was actually affected by it, since he thought. What did I just say? What did I just say? Don't run away. Don't run away. You want to come in here and demand stuff, don't run away. What did I just say? Did I not just say that he was affected by it? Did I not just say that he was affected by it? How could you miss that? I said that look, I literally just said that he was affected by it. I said that I literally said that everybody was at fault with this. Everybody got affected by it. That Fazojo's security should not have sent him on a wild goose chase. That they should not have gaslighted him. That they should not have done those things to him when all it did was make things worse. What did I just say? I said they should not have done it, because then all it created was more controversy when controversy was what they needed to avoid. It went public. People will start arguing in public. People started having controversy and confrontation in public. Everybody started arguing in public. What was happening? You had nanners starting arguing with Nux in public. What does that do? When you argue with people in public, it affects them. I did not say that it was just some quote-unquote clickbait video for him to upload. Now, I did say that he should not have done it for the views and for the clicks. Yes. because more often than not, he will upload videos where he will go. I just went through 20 different streamers and asked each one of them if I donated $500 to their channel, will they show me what their browser history looks like? Tell me that he's not doing it for the views. Apparently, he cannot tell me that he doesn't do it for the views. I believe the cat agrees as well. And if you are still here, let me say something to you, okay? Let me explain something to you. Now, I may tell my chat that they have to work within a certain restriction of what they can and can't say within my chat. But let me give you a little bit of advice, okay? See, just like Nux, I don't take anything back when I say something on my channel either. I occasionally will apologize when I do say something in error. However, I do have to have proof, presented proof, that I have said something in error. Now, you can either present proof or you can take your own copium and accept the fact that he does do it for the views. Because see, unlike Nux, I can have 500 people in chat, or I could have 5. It doesn't really matter to me. But it does matter to Nux. Because he does do it for the views. Because he wants that bread. I do this purely because I want to. I could stop streaming tomorrow. But he can't. All right, moving on. Well, you know, I mean, it's either proof or pics. It's either proof or pics, and you know what? We need more pics. So we're just gonna do this again because pics or it didn't happen. So yeah, this did happen, bros. This did happen. This did happen approximately 2 hours ago. This did happen. So yeah, pics or it didn't happen. This did happen, and we're just. Do I want to put this on loop? No, I might get bonked for putting it on loop, but yeah, this did happen about 2 hours ago. So, and I just love how they also put 1.0 up here on the corner. Again, I just want to stress that. Hey, let's look at that again. I just want to look at that again. Girl, I mean, they take you away from that one company and put you with the other, and you immediately go from PG to PG-13 like that, don't you? Man, I mean, hey, you know what? If you're about to fall asleep, I mean, you, there's just so many things that last images you want to see before you fall asleep, and that ain't too bad. That ain't too bad of an image to see before you fall asleep. I mean, there's a lot worse you could do. Yeah. Yeah, man, I haven't oh, I'm sure he probably keeled over, and he probably ascended a few times. That will not. You go to sleep. Hey, you know what? I mean, I was about to go to sleep before I saw she went live too. So I mean, and it's not going on 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm still awake for me. So hey. I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I totally agree with that. You aren't wrong on that. I mean that. What I'm also interested in though is I'm really interested in finding out whether or not I mean I know that Kason, she said on her channel, she's gonna stream more on Twitch when it comes to collabing with the other girls over there, and when it comes to doing more stuff related to with them and everything like that over there. But then she still has her channel over on YouTube, and she's not getting rid of that, and she's still going to be streaming on YouTube, and she's just going to stream wherever she wants. Nothing's going to change except that she's now adding she's now adding Twitch to that venue of wherever she wants to stream, that kind of thing. And I'm assuming that at least for the moment that they're gonna want, or at least they're gonna they probably have already talked to her, and and told Nazuna that she really needs to establish herself over on Twitch and make sure that she has her presence known and felt over there, and gets comfortable with the platform. I mean, we know that she's comfortable with the platform itself over on YouTube, having used it for so many years. So I mean, that's not gonna be something that's gonna disappear. It's just a matter of how she's gonna use her channel over on YouTube, or if that's just kind of like a placeholder so no one else would take it. And if they're gonna utilize that in some fashion afterwards. um some people, I know, like a lot of people in you know Visojo, like purely use it as like VODs and clips, for storage. Um, and then other people like Kason, I mean, they use it like as an outreach, as as a secondary outreach, in another platform to hit another demographic, which is, I mean, I think is an awesome idea. Um, with Nazuna, I mean, she has a ton of people in Japan that just don't want to use Twitch, or they just don't feel comfortable over there using the platform. So, I know that they were begging her, back when she was talking about what platform she wanted to be on with Mike Nico. I mean, I know they were just begging her not to go to Twitch. They were begging her to stay on Twitcasting and YouTube and not go to Twitch. So I know that she has a huge demographic of people that just don't, are waiting for her back over on YouTube. So I cannot imagine her abandoning those people over on YouTube. Um, it's you don't want that's the thing. Her voice, you can, her regular voice can be, as long as she doesn't yell. As long as she doesn't yell, her regular voice is more than adequate as an ASMR. But you don't dare like turn it up or like try to fall asleep, because the moment that you like start getting comfortable with it, she's just gonna like scream or yell. And that's what always, every time I listen to her, I always like turn the volume down just so I can understand, that she's talking, but not too low where I can't understand what she's saying, but just a little bit louder than that. Because I'm just waiting for her to go, Oda! Night, have a great night. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you being here. Spartan, welcome. So, has she said anything about what she's going to do with them? She has not. She, as far as I know, she has not said anything yet. We have been eagerly waiting for her to say something about that. Now, her last comments on her fan box was that she was working on revamping her content, and that she was working on trying to get that more organized. But of course, that was at the beginning of this month, and she hasn't done anything since the beginning of this month. Twitcasting, I know she did a short stream a few days ago, and like other people said, she did mention yesterday that she believes that she was shadow banned on YouTube. Now, here's the thing. Shadow banned can mean a couple of things. Okay? Shadow banned can mean and I went over her comments a few times because I wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand what she was saying. Now I want to pull it back up here. Crazy collab. There it is. Okay. So her comment from yesterday says, her comment from yesterday says, I've been on a YouTube shadow ban for months now, which, again, I'm kind of scratching my head about, because when you are shadow banned on YouTube as a content creator, that typically means that when you post content, you notifications do not go out to anybody that has notifications turned on, which I have received notifications for all the content that she has put out. So I'm kind of scratching my head on that part of her tweet. And the second sentence says, I can only get announcements via Twitter. I can't even see the next stream schedule, which seems to mean that she is talking about receiving notifications and not like posting. Let's see here. Coco Chica. Okay. So, that word can also mean send. Okay. So, I can only send announcements via Twitter. I can't even display the next delivery schedule. Okay. So, okay. Yeah. So, her first sentence here says that she has been shadow banned for months now, and that she can only send announcements via Twitter. I can't even display the next delivery schedule. And that still doesn't make much sense, because she's been able to get into her account. She's been able to change her her profile picture on YouTube. She's been able to again, I've received every notification of streams that she has done, including the last one she did when she did Pokemon. So you know, and typically, when you are when you as a content creator, when you are banned from being able to do content of any form for a length of a month or more, memberships, any memberships are payments are put on hold, and I've continuously been charged for my memberships, because I have I'm still subscribed to her channel through a separate account, not through my content creator account. And I'm still getting charged. So I'm not entirely sure why she has this impression, unless there is some other type of ban that perhaps I'm not aware of, maybe. But in either case, you would think that she would have have emailed or contacted support about this by now. I mean, I would have hoped, I mean, the last time my channel got nuked, okay, and I'm gonna yeah, and I can search your channel just fine. I mean, like, as you guys saw, I have like tons of channels that, I mean, I I've subscribed to over 300 some odd channels, and a lot of these are smaller VTubers, but hang on, pull this up. I mean, I mean, here's her channel. Yeah, and you can go in here and renew membership. Just so I don't dox myself. Okay. Okay. So now, I mean, if her channel is like, if she's still banned, I should not be able to join her channel. I mean, as far as like monthly membership charges, you know, if her channel, if she's banned, I shouldn't be able to join it, right? I mean, because like last time, like Mel, when Mel got got shadow banned for like like supposedly being lewd when the only thing she showed was like, she got close to her screen, and it showed her like her navel area, and her channel got banned for like supposedly like showing like underage porn, and they tried calling her her model like underage and inappropriate porn. I mean, they literally, yeah. And also Marine, they paused my my membership to her channel. Right, yeah, exactly. It should, so I mean, she should still be able to put content up and everything else, right? I mean, her content should still be displayed on her channel. I mean, like, if we went back here, and went back here and like looked at all videos, I mean, she posted like a video like all those other everyone else that had posted like that video, and with the waiting area, and 365 days from now, and just like updated it with that one image, or posted on the community tab. I mean, look, if she was shadow banned, I mean, and she wasn't able to update stuff, I mean, she wouldn't have been able to post this 3 weeks ago. And we all got this notification. I mean, I got this notification. She deleted all this. Everything else that was before this, she deleted that. And she deleted all this other stuff too. I mean, there was a lot more stuff in here that she's deleted. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, like some of the content creators like I follow, like unfortunately, like they think they're all like underage, and it's like, I mean, it's like they like they immediately slapped Ayami with age restriction, because she was like right in the middle of drawing um a picture. I mean, she hadn't even finished drawing it yet, and they had immediately like slapped her with an age restriction on it, because like the just the outline made it look like that character was nude, and it's like she hadn't even like colored it, or like filled it in, or put drawn clothes on it yet. It was just like the outline of the character. It was like whatever. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. They blame content creators. They don't even. I mean, they don't help small content creators. I mean, they help very few of them. I mean, their algorithm punishes small content creators more than helps them. No, she hasn't uploaded any lewd stuff. She hasn't uploaded anything lewd at all. I mean, if anything, like all the stuff she's uploaded is mostly her talking with people. The only thing the only thing she could have been punished for, okay, and this is a very big if, is if content creators can get punished for not properly moderating their chats. They can get punished for that. That's why you see almost every VTuber now having their chat put on subscription only mode and having like a minimum of 5 minutes on it, or like a minute or like 2 minutes or whatever, because there has been aunties have figured out that if they go around and they like use all their bot accounts and spam accounts, and they post a lot of obscene or lewd comments in chat, that they even if those accounts get banned, that if they're able to get those comments to be displayed in the chat before those accounts get banned, that YouTube's algorithm will automatically get triggered and they'll flag your account. And a lot of people have already, like, a lot of people that didn't listen had their accounts permabanned because of them. And then other people got shadow banned for it. Yep. Yeah, 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 exactly. So yeah, I mean, there was just a lot of that dumb, dumb stuff that was happening. So, a lot of us. I mean, like me, especially, telling all of my Japanese friends, Japanese friend VTubers, I was trying to explain to them, this is why you need to do it, because especially a lot of Japanese VTubers, they don't like putting that restriction on their chat because they think that it's extremely limiting, and it prevents people from joining their channel, and and they believe it hampers their growth and everything like that. And it took a lot of Japanese VTubers getting banned and losing everything that they've worked for in order for them to start listening. And I literally had, for a lot of them, I literally had to take the tweets of VTubers crying on Twitter about losing their channels and sending those tweets to them to say, look, you have to listen to me or you're gonna lose your channel. I mean, one of the girls that lost her channel, she literally, she was at 80,000 people. I mean, she literally, like, I mean, she had memberships going. I mean, she was like finally like getting everything the way she wanted it. She had memberships going. She had like a healthy community. She was getting like 1,000 people, consistent at every stream. She was getting like, like 10,000, 20,000 people watching her stream a day. I mean, she was just like, I mean, she was like nailing it. I mean, she was having a retention rate of 20%, of her subscribers and everything. And she didn't listen, lost her channel permanently, had to start all over, and she was just crushed. And it's like, but it's like, we tried to warn you. Yeah, we just, I mean, Susan has messed it up so bad. And unfortunately, the platform, the way it is, I mean, unfortunately, there, nobody has been able to make a platform to rival it, and nobody has been able to make a platform successful enough to get a global community to migrate to it. And Twitch is unfortunately not the answer. You know, if Twitch would would do more to globalize and do more to be more of a how should I say um, a place for content to be made and then archived like YouTube. You could go back 10 years on YouTube and find content from 10 years ago. You could not do that on Twitch unless you are very lucky to have a creator um, you know get all of his content flagged to be saved in that fashion. And I'm not sure if they have a limit of that or not, but I mean, Twitch always seems to be very finicky about how their content is saved and then for how long it's saved. So I mean, at least, I mean, you can get, on-demand VOD over there, which is always nice. But I mean, yeah, I hate how like the Twitch community is so spammy, man. I mean, when I used to mod over there for a couple of my friends, I hated that. I mean, it's just so spammy over there. It's like people just go nuts over there, and it's like, oh my gosh, stop. It's like, really? Yes, I mean, ugh. And that's another reason why, like, JP bros don't like Twitch. Is because it's so spammy over there. It's like, I get that you want to, like, go nuts and, like, show your fandom, but that is ridiculous. And that's why Twitch simps don't like YouTube. It's because they can't go nuts like that over on YouTube. I mean, that's why, like, when you watch, like, Piccola and Roboco, when they first, like, tried Twitch, they were like, this is like the Wild West over here because everyone's just going nuts and, emojis are going everywhere and people are, like, spamming, like Pog and all this other crap and stuff like that, and let's go and all this other crap and and everyone's like and they're just like, oh my god, is this normal? It's like, unfortunately. And they're like, how can you see what anyone's saying over here? And it's like, you don't. I mean, that's why, like, you literally have, like, the point system, because then at least you can get comments that are highlighted. I mean, or you pay and you use bits so you can have your comments, read by TTS, but it's like, ugh. I can't, I can't. I've streamed on Twitch before, and I can't. I mean, I don't like the demographic over there. I like the demographic over here on YouTube a lot better. I mean, like, I've streamed with some VTubers over there, and like, I mean, like, I literally, like, had like one female VTuber over there, when young lady, I mean, she, like, from the moment like she started like asked me to stream with her and collab with her, I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll do Phasmo with you, and we started streaming, and like she immediately like started talking dirty to me. Like I'm like, yo, like you like literally like you asked me to start, asked me to collab with you because I didn't talk dirty to you. Now you're like talking dirty to me live, you know? Yeah, I mean, and it was like just like the weirdest thing. Like the entire time, it was like she was coming on to me like the entire time. I'm like, okay, I mean, it was everything from like, yeah, I'm gonna show you where you can stick that glow stick to, hey, that's not the only thing that's peaking, EMF5, and like, oh God, okay, are we done yet? Can we go now? Oh, I think I need to go. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that's why, like, Nanners and Melody and Iron Mouse, they can stream over there um, not have the platform automatically ban them. you know we want you here. Man, I mean, I I mean, I get, like, where there's the appeal of having somebody talk like that towards you. I couldn't handle that kind of talk live. If I was collabing with um uh a female VTuber and she was talking to me like that live, um especially like if I was streaming on YouTube and she was streaming on Twitch, you guys would hear me stutter the entire time because I would literally not know what to say. Like over there, I may like flatter her in return, and at least like do like a PG 13 type-ish response to her, but like on YouTube, I wouldn't know what to say because I'd be like, I mean, yeah, my rules in chat are family friendly, but I mean, my philosophy is like, if I get mad or worked up, yeah, I'll drop f-bombs, but my philosophy is I'll present myself as respectable and decent, even if my chat is PG-13. But I would definitely not treat a collaborator or a visitor or a guest and talking that way. Like if Calliope Mori happened to be with me as my collaborator, and she's like, "Oh shit, man, yeah, I love that song. That song is the bomb, man. I just love that shit." I would probably like throw that back at her and talk like that in return. But if a girl was like talking like like hitting on me and stuff like that, I'd be like, why don't we like talk about all that like like off stream, like a little off off stream collab. We do, yeah, we don't need to do this in front of people, do we? That kind of thing. But there's like no shame over there. I mean like I mean, like, I mean, I've said this before, and people like, they hear about it, and they're like, really, they do that over there? It's like, I've literally heard. I mean, there's literally like ASMR streamers over there that are like literally talking, like doing like the dirty talk, like literally talking about like doing like the dirty talk and BJs and all that other stuff to their chat. And they got people in there that are under the age of 18. In some states and countries, that is considered a sex act. Which means they're broadcasting sex to minors. And it's like, you cannot do that. That's illegal. That's literally illegal. You are literally broadcasting sex to minors. That is illegal. And Twitch does nothing for it. They do nothing about it. I mean, I've like literally reported them before, and Twitch does nothing about it. And it's like, okay, I guess it's okay. And that's why that's why you get so many young people going over there, and that's why ASMR streamers like literally flock to Twitch. It's because they can do that stuff over there, and it don't matter what age they are. It don't matter. They can have 1,000 people watching them, and half of them can be underage, and it don't matter because Twitch lets them. Exactly, Beavers. Exactly. It's like I literally like told. It's like there is, and I know I'm segueing a lot, but there's literally one streamer over there who was doing ASMR, and I reported them. After I reported them, they don't do it no more. Because they got busted, and they were threatened to have their partnership taken away by MiHoYo. They were literally doing they were literally doing sex ASMR while playing Genshin Impact. And they were literally like, talking about doing the and doing the sounds of and doing the and I'm gonna make him and I sent them streams to MiHoYo, and I said, so you're promoting this person as your partner. And this is what they're doing, and they got underage kids in their chat. You sure you want to promote them as your partner? Because they ain't doing exactly appropriate things. I'm like, do you check out your partners before you give them partnership? Because if not, you know what? I got my own channel. And I play Genshin Impact, and I've dropped like $800 on your game before. So if you want to hook me up, I'll play Genshin Impact for you. I'll drop more money on you if you'll give me partnership. And they didn't give me partnership, but they at least stopped them from doing it. But it's like, oh gosh. But hey, at least Mickey Nico ain't like that. At least she didn't sell out like that. She don't need to sell out like that either. All she has to do is tell her chat she loves them, and and that's good enough. And her chat makes it rain for her. You know, she don't need that to do that crap. You know what I'm saying? Is my main streamer on Twitch. I feel bad for him because his. Oh yeah, yeah. I hate that crap. I know who you're talking about, and I hate that crap too. And it's sad. You know, I mean, like, I used to be, I used to be like 50-50 where I'd watch a lot of people on Twitch and I'd watch a lot of people on YouTube. And I used to support quite a few streamers on Twitch, and then I'd hop over and I'd watch, you know, all my Hall Live ladies over on YouTube. And but you know, back then I used to support a lot of people over on Twitch, before a lot of the community got really toxic over there. And yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, now it's just like you said, snipers, toxicity, you know, trash talkers, you know, people asking them to talk dirty and do countdowns, and I mean, every color of every troll in the book is basically over on Twitch now, and that's why you know, if you want to make bank, you know, Twitch is probably like the best way that you could, the best shot you get if you can get people's attention. You know, if you're able to like attract an audience over on Twitch, then that, you know, you might be able to you know, make bank, get enough attention to make bank over there. But the only problem is you have to not care about who you're selling to, you know, especially if you're starting out. You know, if you're fortunate and you're able to sign on with somebody like Fisojo or another agency or something like that, where you're able to carry over an audience, or be able to kind of like, you know, maybe have an audience gravitate to you because you know, you're part of an organization, and then they're able to promote you a bit, you know, then you know, you have a better shot at it. But you know, I mean, if you're just like you know, just starting out as a small streamer or what have you, you know, I mean, you really have to put yourself out there and just, you know, hope that you're able to attract attention through, you know, posting like on, you know, Reddit, and posting on Twitter, and posting on all sorts of other places, you know, trying to play the most popular games, you know, just try to have your own type of, you know, hook people will buy into, that kind of thing. But I mean, like I sit here and try to, you know, talk about like, you know, common topics, and then, you know, I mean, my hook is that, you know, I allow people to talk about other VTubers in my stream. That's my hook. My hook is that people are allowed to talk about other people. You know, and it's kind of strange that, you know, my hook is that, and it's allowed, and for some reason that hook happens to be something that most people don't allow. Because I'm like, you know, if you're gonna have like a chat type of thing, I would like to have a back and forth where it's not just me talking like 90% of the time about, you know, pure crap that, you know, I hope you're interested in. You know, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff I could bring up, but you know, I kind of like to know what you guys want to talk about too, and you know, hey, if I find it interesting, hey, let's talk about it. You know, I mean, I would rather talk about, you know, Mikiniko, Nazuna, K-san, what's going on with, you know, whoever you like watching, whatever the popular topic is, whatever the popular game is, things that are coming up, you know. I don't want to have like every other person in chat or me scolding you for bringing up another VTuber in my chat. I don't give a damn. Why should I give a damn? I mean, it's like, come on. What, am I jealous? why why should I be jealous that you bring somebody else up? I mean, it's like, okay. I I mean, I personally feel it's more shameful to shame you that you brought up somebody else. you know. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I mean, it's not. I know, like, some of it has to do with, like, you know, somebody brings up somebody else, and then people start arguing over whether or not they're a good VTuber or not, or if you have, there's a fandom in there and then people are like arguing over fandom and the whole fandom thing and stuff like that. But you know what? As the person that runs the channel, I mean, me personally, if I see that a fight is breaking out because of a specific issue of a fandom like that, I'm gonna flat out tell you, you know what? If you can't talk about the person nicely, then we're not gonna talk about it. If you're gonna start fighting about it, then guess what? Then you're gonna get banned about it. So either don't fight or you're gonna get banned. That's as simple as that, I mean, that's just the way I am. Otherwise, let's talk about them. That's why we're talking about Nazuna. That's why we're talking about Kei-san. That's why we're talking about Vizojo. That's why we can talk about Hololive, Vizojo, and any other agency in this stream and not have that kind of conflict, because I don't give a damn. It's all fine. It's all fine. You know what? I would rather talk about that stuff than hide in little corners and try to have discussions about it. I mean, me personally, I mean, I would rather sit here and talk about this stuff live than post something on a Discord server and then sit there and wait and wait and wait. Oh, somebody replied back. Oh, he's typing. He's typing. He's typing. Oh, that's spam. It's okay. I mean, like, I just don't have the patience for posting, on Discord or Reddit or, any of that other stuff. I mean, I got Discord, but I mean, like, I like look at it, and most of our time zones are usually different, so most of the time I try to use that as communication between us, and like when I'm doing other stuff or live videos or stuff like that. But it's very hard at times to like have conversations. So like if we can all meet up and talk about stuff during a live stream, I mean, that's why I try to do live streams when people can't have the opportunity to jump on live, so we can have those conversations. Millie the Filipino, what is it? Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem talking about this stuff here. I've learned more about Vizojo in the last probably month than I have in the last 2 years since I first started watching Nanners and finding out who Project Melody was. I mean, honestly, I didn't even watch Iron Mouse until I saw, what was it? I saw a clip of her that Nanners was showing. I was like, who the heck is Iron Mouse? And I watched her and I'm like, oh my god. Because I thought, I was like, man, okay, I thought Nanners was Yabai. Wow. So I clicked off her and I didn't think about her for a while, and then I saw that she collabed with Mori, and I'm like, oh god, how'd that go? So I watched that collab. I'm like, oh no. And that collab was just like gold. I'm like, okay, I'll give Iron Mouse another try. And I tried watching her again. I'm like, oh, I just can't. I can't. So I stopped. I was like, no, I can't. And then I saw her with Bae. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'll give her one more try. I'm like, nope. Still can't. And then I tried watching them again, and with their whole pre-debut show, and I got probably about 15 minutes into that, and I'm like, nope, I've had my fill. Nanners is funny. I've watched a lot of Nanners, and she could be really, really funny. I have loved her I've loved her drunken play of Bloodborne and Dark Souls. I've loved her. She played that like that one game on Halloween where she was like trying to get out of like that dungeon type of house level castle type thing. That was pretty good. And I don't watch Kason on a regular basis. Oh, by the way, so I saw Kason was streaming, right? And I was trying to remember if her hair was like blue or purple. So I was like, oh, she's streaming. So I flipped it on, right? And I was like, wow, okay, that must be her new model. And so she was like, she was using her model already, and I caught the very tail end of it, and I got the very tail end of it, and she was flipped over to start reading super chats, and she had like taken off her like trench coat thing on her model, and everyone was like, oh, is that your new model? Is that oh, you can take that off and stuff like that. They're like, oh, well, be careful. This is still YouTube. You could get banned. And she's like started like showing off her model and stuff like that. I was like, Kason, whack, whack, boing, whack, boing, whack. I was like, yeah, bye. I was like, okay, well, maybe Nazuna has a chance. And then we saw her tonight. I'm like, nope, no chance, no boing. No boing. Oh man, yeah. The bounce physics on her model are like probably they're like Tecmo Dead or Alive levels of bounce as far as bounce physics. I mean, they obviously like went and got the advanced um, the most advanced bounce physics in existence that's currently available, and made sure that the rigging was like on point as far as bounce. Oh my god! I mean, if we thought Dancho could bounce, Kason, I think we have a new champion as far as bounce and as far as boing. I mean, the the K Cup night has been dethroned as far as boing. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Infinite Lives. Yeah, Kason has literally like taken that. Yeah, I mean, Dancho will definitely have to like work extremely hard to reclaim that. Yeah. and Nazuna will definitely have to work extremely hard. Oh my god. What happened to our chat? No, but yeah, we I don't have a problem talking about all this stuff. I mean, this kind of talk is fun. I mean, I you know I've listened to a lot of other like you know I've listened to like a lot of other chats where they do like it's supposed to be like free or open chat with the streamer or the VTuber and stuff like that, and sometimes it just kind of seems to get repetitious, with what they talk about, and I mean, I get the reasoning behind wanting to have a certain amount of control over the conversation. However, I think like with yeah, yeah, I think so too. uh, More tummy streams, maybe. Well, that Noelle does wear that kind of German barmaid type outfit, so she doesn't always have that armor on. You know, I mean that when I saw her with that particular outfit on, I mean, that reminded me of when I was in Germany so bad. And man, I mean, I loved them outfits when I was over there. I mean, them ladies bringing over them beer steins and full of beer and stuff like that. Oh man, that was. I mean, they would bring over them big mugs that were just filled to the brim, and they had all that foam on top and the beer and stuff, and then a big plate of, I mean, me personally, I didn't mind sauerkraut, but they had sauerkraut and brats and everything like that. Oh man, I mean that was the stuff. Good stuff. I mean, and of course you had to be like, I mean, all of them ladies are just like, ooh, I mean, they were like Kason and Noelle sized. So. But oh yeah, every time I start simping on somebody, I always get a DM from Red the next day, and she always smacks me by DM about who I'm simping on. So I'm sure I'm gonna get a couple of smacks about talking about Noelle in case I'm like that. And probably a couple of smacks about replaying that Nazuna video, so I'm already expecting it. I want, oh my gosh, you know what, I really want Kiara and Noelle. If I could have, okay, so I know that we're like segue like very far away, but I want to see if okay, so I want to see on Vizojo's side. I want Nanners and Nazuna collabing together, no interpreter, and see how well that goes. I'm not sure how well Nanner's Japanese is, but I want to see how well that goes. To see like just to see like if they can like communicate and have them play something like maybe like Super Bunny Man or something simple like that, and have them see if they can like collab together. Just have them go for like an hour or so, and then have someone come in and like help them out or something like that. And then like on Hololive side, I would want to see that would be insane, wouldn't it? On Hololive side, I would want to see Noelle and Kiara in the barmaid outfits, and Noelle trying to teach Kiara how to do ASMR. And especially like especially at the end, Noelle trying to teach Kiara how to do like the heartbeat part at the end. Could you imagine KFP all like literally just like fainting when they try to do the heartbeat part? That KFP would lose all of their employees all at the same time. It's like when Rushia like would always like do her ASMR. It's like when Nazuna at the very end said that that she loved her chat at the very end. It's like you literally had like 35,000 people all keel over at the same time. It would be the same thing. It would literally be the same thing. I mean, you would have like everybody in chat literally just like die at the same time. Let's see what else. Cause I mean, like Keisan would get along with like almost everybody I can think of in Fizojo, So I mean, like I can picture her like collabing and getting to know everyone, and it more or less the banter would gel more or less. But with Nazuna, Nanners would probably be like the easiest. I could I could see her in Project Melody. I could see them. I could see Melody like taking it easy on her at first, and then like slowly like working in the lewdness, and then Nazuna would be like completely clueless as the stream went on. I think Iron Mouse would probably just go in like guns blazing. I could almost guarantee an Iron Mouse would probably go in guns blazing. But then she would also like start talking to her, and Iron Mouse would be like, she's so cute, and then just like I could almost picture her just like tackling her and just like wanting to like, you know. Yeah, I can just see that. I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that. But I could see Mousy like I could see Mousy like totally simping on her too, where she would be like too enamored by her cuteness, and she wouldn't know if she'd wanted to simp on her, or she would or like if she would just like like lose control. I mean, could you imagine? I mean, like, I could just imagine, like, you know, I can just imagine them collabing together, and then, like, Nazuna, like, like, all of a sudden she gets quiet, and Mousy's like, what's wrong? And she's like, Ora, your boing boing's bigger than mine. She's like, eh? Man. I could just see that. I could see that. I think she's gonna have a lot of fun over there, but I really hope, and I, I told her that. I know, right? I told her several times when I emailed her. I said, you really you really need to work on your English if you're gonna if you are not going to be working purely with Japanese people anymore. You're really going to need to work on your English. Especially if you're going to rely on your English audience. You need to work on it so you can communicate with your audience and with English speaking people. Because your supporters need to be able to communicate with you just as much as you can. You need to communicate with them, and so I really hope that she's working on it. That's probably my biggest concern with her right now is her working on that. Her mental health, of course, is always going to be something that I think she's going to have to keep working on, and I think she's probably she probably has a lot of good support now. That as long as she keeps it up, she's gonna have the support of she's gonna have the support of people that she's working with, and then the professionals that she's associated with already in the last few months and stuff like that. So I hope that she's and especially now that she is going to be working more professionally with Kason again, that and then with other VTubers with a primarily English speaking organization, that she's able to start working on communicate in English more. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely, and especially if it and that's gonna be it's exciting for her now. And I think if there is a anything that um, if there's anything people should be worried about, it's that right now the excitement level is at an all-time high. She's riding high because she is back, back, in the manner of speaking, she's back in the saddle. She's back where she feels she belongs. She's um, you know, back in the limelight, so to speak. And she's back in the element of where she wanted to be, where her, where she felt her career, had dropped off. um, However, once that excitement fades and you start getting into the grindstone, and you start, actually getting to work. Not that she hasn't already started working, but once you start getting into that routine of things, um, the largest thing is the newness wears off, and you start having to um, go about the daily business and the daily grind and everything. So if you are not able to establish patterns at this early juncture with people, or those people return back to the patterns and the routines that they had before you started with them or with the company, you start finding yourself extremely isolated. And that becomes a problem, because if you're isolated, because you're the new person and you haven't been able to find a way to become part of their routine, then you have to either find a way of cutting your own path, or find a way to, you know, integrate them into your routine, or find a way to, indicate to them that you need to have a piece of their time, so they can lend you that piece of their time, and make time for you, so you can become part of their routine. And that's the biggest part, is you have to be able to communicate that. And if you're not able to communicate that, then it becomes a problem, because you either become isolated, or you have the miscommunication, and in either one of those cases, you start becoming unhappy. And that's my concern with her, is you don't want that to become an issue. So that's why I say, I really hope she's able to start working on those communication skills, that she doesn't just view English as something, oh well, if I speak some cute words, then my chat will like me type thing. That she realizes that, hey, if I speak English, I can communicate with my coworkers better, I can communicate with my chat better. you know um, that increases my productivity, which in turn increases, the amount of memberships, and so on and so forth, and it opens up new doors for me. It opens up new doors for her, as far as singing, as music, as lyrics, as collaborations, as people that she can work with, so on and so forth. I mean, just being able to do that opens up new doors. So and it's a goal that she definitely has, to look at down the road, but something that she really should start looking at now, moving forward, so she has that goal in mind. um otherwise, I just don't want her to be 3 months down the road or 4 months down the road, and then we start noticing that maybe she's a little unhappy, or she's starting to sound or act a little reserved or withdrawn, and people, we start having that argument, you know, uh, among the community of, is she unhappy, that kind of thing. I think, yeah, she was always, she was, around a lot of active people. I'm not sure how the, I'm not sure how the living arrangements were, where, if she was able to spend a lot of, um, real lifetime, with people in Hall Life, like especially from her generation, her gen mates and stuff like that. Especially with the way COVID was, during 2000, 2001. But she did definitely have some active people in her gen. Bizojo does have backbone. Yeah, definitely. Well, and the other thing is, JP antes are less likely. Well, how can I put it? JP antes. JP antes would rather harass her on YouTube than they would on Twitch. It's easier for them to harass her on YouTube. um, JP as a whole don't they tend to avoid Twitch, but that doesn't mean that there aren't anti groups in English anti groups either. There and there's a lot of Chinese anti groups that try to speak English, so they may show up on Twitch. That I know they were originally plotting to try to sandbag her if she did jump on Twitch, as Mike Nico, after that bonehead was like, I am going to save her, a couple of months ago. It's like, she needs a friend. I'm going to save her. I got a DM from her, so I'm going to help her. That person. Yeah, there were several message boards after that dumbass, said that she was going to go to Twitch, saying that, they were all plotting to, they were all like talking about like following him and trying to hack him to find out where, like, what her username was and when she was gonna start and stuff like that. That was hilarious. uh, it was hilarious, like reading what they were saying after he said that, and I was like, you don't release that kind of stuff to the public. I mean, come on. Were you trying to be like macho? Anyways. I never really followed what happened between Kanata and Keisan after. I mean, I know that for like the beginning they allowed Keisan to stay there, but then she was eventually gonna have to move. But I never followed like what happened after that. So um, I was I'm not surprised that they did eventually like move into separate places, but at the same time, I didn't follow what happened. Yeah, well, in some places, and it's actually really smart. If you if it's actually nice that she was able to get monetized as fast as she did. Well, she hit like 44,000 before having a single video up. So, uh, in her case, she was able to get, and she's part of Fazojo, so business account. So, they were able to turn on subscription only in order to chat. I assume. Um, so they were able to turn that stuff on. So you had to pay either with the Prime or $4.99 or get a gifted sub to be able to post. So yeah, I mean that in itself helps prevent the antis, and then you know assuming that antis don't pay $5 just to say something, which they were doing over on YouTube at one point, but I don't think that they would want to do it over on Twitch because most, a lot of JP bros don't like Twitch to begin with, so they don't want to give their money to them. Well, I think that's. Sorry, my cat jumped up on the. Well, my other cat jumped up on the table here and knocked my mic. Um, I think that Nazuna is extremely starved for that type of collaboration, um, type of interaction. I mean, she hasn't had the opportunity to really publicly interact with another streamer or VTuber, or or do anything with anybody um, since February. So I mean, it's been 5 months. I mean, it's one thing to it's one thing to stream on your own and have fun with your chat, but then it's another thing to stream with another person, and talk to them. I mean, it'd be um, this Monday, and this is a semi plug, but it's I'm also using it as an example. Like this Monday, um, Ankuro and Hoshinon, both independent VTubers that I'm personal friends with. Um, they're collabing this Monday, and they're gonna do another Splatoon 2 stream. Now I'm gonna try to um, participate with them if they do participation again. I'm not necessarily going to simul stream with them. I'm not going to try to simul stream this time, so I can actually participate with them if they do participation. But I may specifically try to do participation and then play in my perspective only, instead of like trying to stream their stream and play at the same time. Um, so we'll see about that. But I gotta ask them permission again, because otherwise I'm not gonna do it without their permission. But um, you know, there to me, there's a huge difference between um, you know, even as a participant, playing with them off stream and then playing with them on stream, because like your interaction's different. When you talk to them, it's different. When you um, when you um, your banter is different. I mean, there's just so many things that are different. Um, like as a participant, I mean, like I, I can say stuff to them in chat, and but if I were talking to them live, that would be a completely different thing, so um, there are a whole different there's a whole different element to being able to play with somebody and talk to them at the same time. And if you watch the interaction between those two, when the last time they played Splatoon 2, and if you watch ever watch them when they play by themselves, whether it be Splatoon or Fall Guys or any other game they play, you know, um, you'll see that when they play a game by themselves, they're different than when they play with each other, and I think you guys also see that as well when people play other games with friends or gen mates, or people of the same agency or anything. Yeah, I mean, even like if they were playing Fall Guys together, I mean that, or I mean, could you imagine, like you know, Keisan, Nazuna, Nanners, and Mousy all playing Mario Party together? I mean, could you imagine the amount of trash talk that they would be throwing at each other if they played Mario Party together? I mean, the trash talking would be just out of, I mean, it would be a good thing that they were on Twitch with the amount of trash talking that they would be throwing at each other. I mean, it would just be completely insane. All right, Ario, take care. If I'm off when you get back, I'll hopefully see you later on. If not, it was good seeing you. Yeah, the trash talking would be just crazy. It would be just nuts. Um, Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously she's probably had human interaction, off stream and everything else, but even then, I mean, I can imagine that a lot of the off, interaction that she gets off, in IRL, has to do with, lawyers, with family, with people that, trying to get business things together, with maybe agents, with you know just trying to get things together with her life. She had mentioned wanting to move. She posted a picture recently here where she just got her internet up and working. So, who knows if she was even, she even had internet here, recently. I mean, that could be another reason why she hadn't even been streaming on her Miki Nico account. Did you see the benchmark that she posted on her internet speed? I mean, she posted I think it was like 300 millibits per second. I was like, good lord, lady, how the heck did you get 300 millibits per second? As far as I know, she's still in Japan. She had mentioned getting a flat. But yeah. Because Kaysun mentioned that she had returned from Los Angeles. I don't know if that meant that she moved, I don't know if she moved back stateside or if she is still in Japan or not. But I mean, yeah. No, she's not flat. She's boing boing. Good one, Benjamin. By the way, welcome. Not flat. Boing boing. Piton Queen, yeah, that's she's Piton Himi-sama. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, it was very good to hear her say that. I swear that the chat invoked her to say that so they could confirm it was her. It had to have been her. It had to have been to confirm that it was her. Yeah, the Anime Expo was in California, so but she didn't. Now, she could have definitely um not posted anything on. I I could picture her wanting to post something on Twitter, but I could also picture her realizing that she couldn't post anything on Twitter because it would out her on being Nazuna. But that being said, it wouldn't have surprised me if she didn't go along with her when she went to LA, because that would have given them all the opportunity to meet each other. So I mean, it is extremely likely that she did go along with Kaysun during that trip, especially given the fact that they were both signed on at the same time, and to everyone else she would have just been some random Japanese young lady that was wearing a mask. I mean, unless she took off her mask and started talking, out openly, people probably wouldn't have realized it was her anyways. So, I mean, it would have been a perfect disguise, a perfect way of her being able to get around anyways. Don't anger nanners. Oh, you know what? I mean, I don't think that she would butt heads with nanners. I think if anything, she would probably, especially if there was you know, uh, I think that with unless Nanners has a good handle on Japanese and she has a good handle on English, I think there would be more of, reservation of a language barrier before that they would get mad at each other, I would think. Or that they would both like turn to Keisan or whoever the interpreter is and say, "What did she say?" And then the interpreter would probably be sweating bullets trying to figure out how to say it nicely before they would get mad. Now, see, Benjamin, that's the thing. That is the thing. And I mentioned it, and I'm not sure, how frequent you are to my my streams or not, but I mentioned this the other day when I was talking about Keisan. Now, you gotta remember, and everybody's gotta remember this. You know, again, Vizojo has collabed with Hololive now. They have officially collabed and crossed over and collabed with Hololive before. So, technically speaking, Hololive has already opened the door for the possibility, no matter how small, for maybe, perhaps, someday, Keisan and Nazuna having the chance or possibility for collabing with Hololive JP or EN somewhere down the road. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying that it will happen. I'm just saying that it's possible, given that, Nanners and Iron Mouse have already, that they have already opened that door for that possibility to happen somewhere down the road. Now, it doesn't mean that they would show up on Hololive product, on their streams. But it could mean that Hololive or one of those characters could show up on Vizojo if the permission is somehow given from cover for them to show up and have an appearance on their show, on their programming. It would be a drastic difference if they are given permission or the appearance permission, or like if they said, "Oh well, if you give us $5,000, we'll let you have an hour of our talent's time," or some crap like that, whatever. I mean, could you imagine, Hololive says, "Well, if you give us $5,000, you can, we'll let you have an hour with our talent," or some crap like that, I mean, I could just see, Vizojo says, "Yeah, okay, fine, we'll give you $5,000 if you lend us, one of your talent for an hour." I mean, $5,000. I mean, they can turn around. I mean, you turn around and $5,000. That's literally like 100 subs right there, and you get your $5,000 back. I mean, or 200 actually. That's 200 subs, and you get your $5,000 back. I mean, you can make that back in a day. I mean, it's not a big deal, So, I mean, you can make that back in bits, in a day. So I mean, it's not a big deal for that to happen. So I mean, that forbidden door, it's already been open in a manner of speaking. It's just a matter of whether or not cover core and their management, are and I'm gonna say it again, whether or not they're anal enough, to just to openly just and defiantly just like completely shoot it down, uh, um, as soon as it's mentioned, or whether or not as time goes by that they eventually let bygones be bygones and say, hey, you know what, I mean, like, yeah, we really screwed both of these girls over. They're doing very well over there. It's nothing but positive publicity that we let our talent go over there, and I mean, they were all good friends. They all worked together. you know let's let one gen mate of each one of them get back together again. I mean, it would be good publicity for us. Of course, that would never happen because they're anal, and they want to cling on to holding grudges, because that's just the way that they are. But when one can hope that they put that crap behind them, because I mean, come on, we're all adults here, you know but well, hey, there you go, middle finger. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, Gen 3 is Gen 3 is special. Gen 3 is I mean, Gen 3, there's been a lot of turbulence in Gen 3. What but there a lot of that turbulence has had to do with, because the personalities were so well defined, and there's been um a lot of what has happened with the talent in Gen 3 is it's a mixed bag. It really is. It's a big mixed bag. I mean, you know, Rushia, obviously, between mental and physical ailments, and then of course what happened with her. You know, Marine, with her demeanor, behavior, and a little bit of immaturity. Um, and then of course her health, and then Flair, I mean, she had the whole thing with her model at the very beginning, people not disliking her model, having that whole thing from the very start, having to overcome that kind of adversity, and then having and then she had some health issues as well. I mean, that in itself, it was a huge hurdle to overcome. Noel had a lot of issues coming in, and then controversy with her, with people talking about secret boyfriends and all this other stuff that were going on with her. you know and then Picora had people that were constantly trying to dig up dirt on her, and trying to expose her along her career in the last year and a half. you know but they all had such solid and defining personalities, and they all had such well-rounded talent, each in their own field, and in their own special way, that they all were able to stand out on their own, and then as a group, as a whole. you know and that's what makes it so tremendously sad for me, is that I look at their generation, and I mean, it still kind of hurts to me that when I look at their generation, and Rushi is not there, that that it does feel like there is this hole there. that just will never get filled. But at the same time, that's why I also really hope that at some point that you know their generation will be allowed to have a moment where they can all like get back together, you know or at least one or two of them will be able to get back together and have that moment where you know one of them or a couple of them can represent them as a generation and have that kind of crossover get together type thing, so we can have that kind of closure, because I mean us as fans, we never even got that closure, much less them as colleagues and friends and everything else. They never got that public closure either. So see you, Calvin. You take care. We'll see you later on today, hopefully. Okay. And I don't think it's just so much JP Bros, but I think it's also that I mean, you have you have and and I don't want to go into it too much here because it's almost going on 4, and I'm probably gonna be closed. And wow, shoot, I've been streaming for 4 hours now. I didn't realize I've been streaming that long. Um, what was that? Oh yeah. I'm not. I don't want to go too much right now because number one, I'm getting really tired. But the other thing is that it's a very long topic too, and it in itself is a complicated subject. However, and I've spoken about this at length before in prior streams. It's not so much JP Bros. It's the idol culture, guys. It really is. It's the idol culture that we are seeing on full display in the VTuber culture. And at some point, and I'm going to say this again, at some point, we really do need to decide whether or not VTuber culture is going to fully and continuously embrace the idol culture, or if we are going to segment it so there is room for both of it. For you have the idol culture on one side, and then you have VTubers on the other side, or you have a variation on the other side. Because I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. We right now you have idol culture and VTuberism. All right. Now, when you look at that, you have VTuber idols, quote unquote idols, who are also in the adult entertainment industry that are in public view. They are openly in public view, and half of the people that follow them don't even realize it. And they don't even realize it until like they either, go to their Twitter page, or they decide to click on one of their, links on their about page, or they visit their, their profile.tree page or whatever, or they go visit their fanbox page, but a lot of them do adult entertainment. A lot of them do, not that they do porn specifically, but a lot of them do R18 streams. A lot of them are what they're considered R18 streams. A lot of them do like adult themed ASMR. A lot of them do. Some of them do adult themed streams. You know, so I mean, but you know what? They not only do those VTubers do those, but right after they do those streams and they do all that stuff, they're also out there making cover songs, releasing cover tracks. They're also out there releasing cover songs. They're also out there doing cover videos. They're also, all as VTubers. I personally know 4 different VTubers on YouTube who do all that. They have done public appearances where they are singing in front of public audiences dressed as their VTuber, as their VTuber character. And they have released cover songs as their VTuber on YouTube. And they have released 2 original songs on the same record label as Roboco, but on different volumes. And and I'm not sure how many of you guys follow Roboco or watch Roboco streams, but there occasionally you'll see like an advertisement when you click on one of her streams before they start, and you'll see like an advertisement for where like she's like wearing her bunny ears and stuff like that, and it'll be advertising one of the songs that she sings on one of the variety CDs that she has done for one of the record labels that she's sung for. They have sung for that same record label. They're just on a different volume, but all 4 of them have sung for that same record label, just a different volume, and have released original songs for that volume, for that record label. And they're all in the adult video industry. So, I mean, sooner or later, and they're all considered VTubers in the idol industry. They're all still considered idols. So, I mean, the whole idolism thing is no longer, they're still presented more or less as quote unquote say so in the public eye. However, once you start getting behind the paywall of, you pay, $5 and you get into what you would call tier 1 membership. You may get like more comfy ASMR, and then you pay like $10, and then you get into like a fan box type of membership, and then you get a little bit closer, and then you pay $50, and then you get even closer, and then you pay $100, and then you get really close, and you get to start seeing them in real life, and then you pay $500, and then you get extremely close, and then they get extremely real life. You start cutting through those layers, and then you start realizing that the whole idolism, as you start peeling away those layers, goes from being very say so outwardly into something that is purely completely different than what is being outwardly projected on the outside. So, you really have to start, you know, you really have to start asking yourself, you know, how are we going to continue to define, VTubers as a whole? Because, you know, right now, we by and large, perceive VTubers as either idol streamers, idol singers, or idol gamers. By and large, that even small streamers. I mean, people smaller than me that have like 1 or 200 subscribers or members or whatever you want to call it. If you try to discuss or talk to them, I mean, they even have the mentality of excuse me, I'm a VTuber. You can't talk to me like that. I mean, respect, that kind of thing. It's like, you have like 100 subscribers, and I'm the only one in your chat. I mean, come on, that kind of thing. I mean, granted, I mean, Nazuna, Miki, Nico, Keisan, they're not like that. However, that being said, I mean, that is part of the problem with VTuber culture, and why you get people who walk in to streams that, of women as a whole that are VTubers, and you get these men that walk in and they're like, especially on Twitch. I'm not sure how it is now, but when I was there, if you were a woman VTuber, I mean, most guys were introduced to women VTubers by clippers because they saw clips that were nonstop of women VTubers going Ada 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 Ada. So they literally went into every single woman that was a VTuber and say, do Ada Ada. I mean, that was the only thing that they would say. And it's like, brah, at least say hi to them. At least introduce yourself. It's like you didn't even give them your name. I mean, come on. At least give the woman $1 first or something, I know. It's like, come on, man. It's like, if you're gonna demand that a streamer do something, at least pay him first. I mean, it's like, I mean, like, well, like, when I talk to like a lot of like VTubers, like, I'll give you a perfect example. Like, when I want to make sure, like, Pina, like Peanut Penguin, but like when I want to make sure that she, like, sees something that I want to say to her, I freaking drop $1 so she can, so she sees it. Or if I want to ask her a question I want an answer to, or I want to make sure that she sees and maybe answer, I'll drop her $1. Yeah, it's like, I'm asking for a minute of her time. I'm gonna drop her $1 so I can get a minute of her time. I mean, it's $1. $1 for a minute. I mean, that's not too bad of a thing to ask. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, there are plenty of freaking people on YouTube or on Twitch now who won't say "Arda Arda" unless you drop them 100 bits. I mean, come on. I mean, that's how a lot of women VTubers on Twitch get rid of people that ask him for that question as soon as they show up in chat and say do order. They automatically point towards the sign and say read the freaking rules first, and if they don't drop 100 bits, they ain't gonna say it, and they keep asking, they get banned. I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, Clippers have their uses, but then Clippers also are part of the problem too. Yeah, I mean, some of that stuff is literally like just. I mean, it's not only annoying, but it's just redundant. I mean, if you really want to hear it, go freaking put a clip in loop. I mean, what's the difference between somebody saying it live and someone saying it in a clip? They're doing it live. I mean, there's no difference. Just put it in loop. I mean, honestly. But I mean, that's honestly that's the biggest thing. You as somebody who has seen both sides. I mean, I've seen and learned some stuff about the VTuber culture and the VTuber industry, just being an independent VTuber. That I mean, and again, I mean, I don't make any money off of this. I mean, I don't get ad revenue. I don't, I've literally made a total of like less than $4 off of being a VTuber since January, and I have actually spent more being a VTuber than I have made. But I mean, I do it because I enjoy it. I've actually, I mean, like I dropped, I think close to, like this past month. I mean this month alone. I mean I dropped like $180 for an upgrade module for my motherboard, so I can try to speed up my my read rate for my hard drive because of the stupid Optane module that Intel tried putting or implementing in their on their processor a couple years ago. So I mean, cross my fingers that the upgrade module actually works. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, I've spent more money on trying to on being a VTuber because I mean I enjoy doing it, for the interaction, and because I mean I really enjoy the fact that I've been able to meet so many great people because of it. But at the same time, I've also seen a lot of the dark side of VTuberism because I'm a VTuber and because I've gotten involved in things like what's happened with Miki Nico, with Rushia, with Nazuna, with Keisan, with many other VTubers that have come and gone in the last year. I've met several VTubers that ended up being in the adult entertainment industry. I've met a lot of independent VTubers that are just out of high school. I've met some that are in college. And I've talked to a lot of them that have all shared different stories with me about how things are either in Japan or where they live. Let's see here. I think they want to live it because they want to feel like. I mean, it's very true. I mean, when you have somebody that is like, especially if they're a popular person, maybe, and they respond to you, you kind of get that little rush. But I mean, yeah. Okay, serious question before bed. Which Hollow member of Hollow Cure are you most excited about, or Jen? So I actually have just started playing Hollow Cure. Matter of fact, I was gonna play that on Saturday, but I got behind on everything and I didn't get a chance to stream it. So I've only unlocked Mume, and Mume was actually kind of fun to play. Right now, my favorite to play is her and Ame. However, if I had to choose one, I'd have to go. I'd have to go with my number one Roboco. Only because she is uh, literally. If I had to choose one out of all the ladies in Hololive, Roboco has already stolen my heart. So I would want to play as her. But that's I'd also picture her as like running around, like either shooting like a rifle, or like her like doing like some kind of robot punch, or shooting like a robot arm at things and having it explode. Well, our graduated member is not going to be in the game. Hollow members. Well, I think Sanazar is in the game. I'm not sure, and they already have references to like Coco, Coco's stuff with like like the Asa, was it the Asa Coco, like the butt plug thing, the butt plug tail thing. I'm wondering if they aren't gonna like put that in there, put Coco in there maybe. I mean, I'm not sure if they would like put like Rushia in there, since I mean, it's not a licensed product to begin with. Yeah, I mean, it's not licensed product, so yo, I mean, it would be just like if I were to put Rushia and Coco into WWE 2K and had them wrestle against other Hollow Mem in 2K. Yeah, the headphones are in there. I don't know if they're gonna put her in there. I don't know if there's been enough lore, or if there's enough yeah, I don't know if there's enough lore for them to put like her with a weapon in there, but and that's just kind of the thing. It kind of depends on whether or not there's enough lore to put her in there with a weapon or something like that. But I mean, I would assume that more established members, um, especially like within the generations. I mean, because I mean, if you really think about it, you're adding a lot of characters to begin with. So adding characters that aren't necessarily you know established members that had fan bases might be counterproductive. Yeah, I mean they would have free reign over it. I would, but I mean, if I were developing the game, I mean, let's put it this way. When you're doing game development, you typically roadmap, most of this stuff out ahead of time, and you're not road mapping, stuff out as you go. And when you roadmap everything out, you roadmap everything out, and then you look at must-haves, would be nice, and wishful thinking. I mean this is how like Vampire Survivors did theirs, and they built their core foundation and roadmap, and went along with all the must-haves, and then once they realized, hey, we have a lot of traction with the game, then they branched out to the would be nices, and then once they hit 1 million downloads and 1 million buyers, then they branched out to the wishful thinking ones. So I would assume that they had road mapped out, like gen like Hololive EN, Hololive Myth, and then Holo Console, and then once they had all the downloads that they had, then they started looked at their roadmap and like, okay, well, we'll go on to the next one, and then so on and so forth. So I would assume that they would look at their roadmap and say, okay, well, let's keep going as long as we have the production, maybe the donations or whatever, because I know that there is like the developer themselves have a donation, even if it isn't like necessarily a donation for the game itself. But I mean, and they're getting, as long as they're getting the downloads, and they have the continued interest, they're gonna keep adding to it. But they're probably gonna look at like, okay, well, we're gonna add Gen Zero. We're gonna add, we'll start off with Gen Zero. We'll start adding people like Azuki. We'll add like Sora. We'll add Miko. All them. But it'll probably also depend on the developers, and um, they'll they'll probably stop if interest dries up. But considering the fact that everyone in Hololive played the game, and as soon as new characters get released, just like Vampire Survivors, as soon as an update comes out, literally like everyone jumps on it, and then that in turn makes everybody who watches them also jump on it. I'm sure they're gonna keep on going. I mean, hell, I've actually 100% Vampire Survivors, because I kept watching Botan play it, and I saw that she had downloaded the latest update, and she had unlocked the limit break. I'm like, wait a minute, there's a limit break on this, and then I looked, I'm like, oh my god, there's a update for it. So I spent the entire day 100%ing it. And I 100%ed it, and I got the Reaper and everything on it, and I'm like, damn, now I don't have anything else to do in the game, so now I'm waiting for them to do another update, you know. So yeah, he's very successful. Yeah, from what I've heard. It would be nice. It would definitely be nice if they were left in the game, you know, or they would include them in the game. I'm sure that you know, there would be expressed interest in it. It would be very hard to. I'm sure that there would be people that would. How can I say this? I'm sure there would be people that would question their inclusion. However, I don't believe there would be people that would condemn their inclusion since they aren't Hololive. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, because, and I think that also the fact that, you know, since they aren't a licensed product, it's not like they would, um, you know, the flack would be either way, so you might as well include them. And perhaps I would even go even further and to saying that if they did include them, make sure that they aren't part of a random unlock pool like the console is. That way, if they are included, people can choose to unlock them, and if people do not want to play them or play as them, then they don't have to unlock them. And if people want to bitch about it and bitch about them being in there, then they can stop playing the game, because it's not a licensed product to begin with. I mean, people are too. I'm gonna drop an F-bomb here, but people are too fucking offended about everything these days. I swear. If you don't like something, don't play it. Don't watch it. It's as simple as that. Guess what? Nazuna and Miki Nico exists. Kazan exists. And they ain't going away. And all the people whining and complaining about them being part of Vizojo ain't gonna change that. And guess what? They were part of Coco, and Rushia were part of Hololive at one point. And to every single person who watches this or will watch this, who decide to come along and complain later, guess what? At one point, these ladies did portray Coco and Rushia. Deal with it. Or move on. Because you know what? You know it. I know it. They know it. Practically every person that decides to click on this video knows it. That's why they're clicking on the video. Deal with it. If you can't deal with it, there's a whole bunch of copium out there for you to live, to breathe. Go find some and move on. I mean, I swear these days it's like, oh, you shouldn't be mentioning their names. You shouldn't be mentioning their names. I will say their fucking names as many times as I want. And if you don't like it, there's a dislike button, and then there's a back button. Click one of them, and then click the other one. I don't care which order you click them in. But click them, and move on. Because chances are, if you are looking at this video, and you have typed their name into the search bar, it's because you want to know. And that's exactly why you're coming into this video in the first place. Just saying. And yes, I drop truth here. And if you can't live with it, again, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of copium out there for you. Just go find some. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I hear you, Benjamin. I wonder where it all started. Well, see, here's the thing. Okay, it originally started as it originally started as again, it originally started as culture. Okay, that when VTuberism started, and VTubers went from independent to working with an agency, and they went from working as one specific character to another character, and people started recognizing their voice and started recognizing, hey, they used to portray this other character, that people used to start bringing up their name and start calling them by their name, right? Okay, now, that's when the entire thing of, you don't bring up their past identity started, okay? However, the difference is the rule pertains to talking to the VTuber in their chat when they are live and presenting to their audience. That is the difference. And I'm speaking extremely slow for the slow people in the audience who either come along later and complain about it, or the people who can't quite comprehend that, okay? When you're discussing people who may have portrayed another VTuber in the past, and someone says, hey, that voice sounds familiar, it is okay to say, yes, in the past, that person did portray a different character. That's like saying, for example, I'm going to use, and most people might not even recognize the name anymore because I think she has like since the either semi or fully retired from anime voice acting and singing because she had like her first child now. Um, Nana Mitsuki used to portray several characters um, she was Fate Testarossa in the Nanoha anime back in like the 2000s. Okay, she used to play opposite of Nanoha, and she was one of the two anime characters that not only made like magical girls of the 2000s like a huge thing. They were like the next big thing after Precure and Sailor Moon. Okay, she was the very first voice actress that not only portrayed an anime character but also had multiple number one singles on the charts in Japan. Okay, she portrayed not only Fate Testarossa, but she portrayed multiple different characters in various animes. All right, it would be like saying that you cannot tell other people what other anime characters she has portrayed because it would break the illusion that she didn't just voice a 14-year-old girl, that she also voiced a 20-year-old girl, that she also voiced an 18-year-old girl, that she was also a 60-year-old woman in an anime. And oh, by the way, she also voiced a girl that looked like she was 11 years old, but she was actually over 6,000 years old. But since she was an alien, she was technically an old lady, but she was a lolly, in a lolly body. She was a lollibaba, but she acted like she was an old man. I mean, that's where we're at. Okaeri nasai! Tadaima! Welcome back. Have to go. Umberto, see you later. uh, Yeah, imagine like falling asleep listening to me and then like waking up like 4 hours later and I'm still going and you're like, what the hell is he even talking about? uh Well, I mean, that's exactly what it's like, though. I mean, these people are literally like talking about the fact that you cannot mention, even utter the words or the fact that they had like at some point been the voice of another person, or another identity. And it's like, okay, I mean, sometimes I can understand that, like, especially if the person literally does not want to be found. If for some reason, they have like really, gotten themselves into something extremely deep and they need to they need to disappear. But it's another thing when entities and companies and corporations and agendas try to make them disappear. And that's what we see. That's what we see today. We, people, especially when controversy happens, regardless of who's at fault, people, especially within the Japanese idol industry and in VTuberism, it is so easy to hit the delete button and make a VTuber disappear. And that's wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. I'll say it over and over and over again. The work that Rushia, Mikeniko, Nazuna, the work that she has done over the last 2.5 years for it to all disappear in the push of a button is wrong. That's why I will not ever not say her name. I will say her name every chance I get. Because it's wrong. That's why I will always fight and say that the industry and the culture needs to change. It's got to change. Because otherwise people are going to continue to get deleted. And we can't have people, I mean, what we do, what VTubers do, should not be disposable, should it? All the money and time and effort that we put into this stuff, I mean, should it really be disposable? You know, easily interchangeable? I mean, it almost feels like, you know, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, are we getting to the point where it doesn't even matter anymore? What, you know, it's just the next person up, the next person, you know, next person fills the void. I mean, or, you know, does what people do, what VTubers do, actually mean something? I mean, I see and read and hear so many people, especially like when Rushia disappeared, when they made her disappear, I heard from so many voices of so many people being hurt because of it. When Coco got taken out, so many people were hurt because of it. So many hurt by a woman who would call them a motherfucker. I mean, I could not believe the amount of people who were crying because of a woman that called them a motherfucker every morning. I couldn't believe it until I saw how she affected them. And it blew my mind, guys. It really blew my mind. That was the first time I realized just how important what these people do, how much it really means to somebody out there. You know, and if nobody stands up for what they do, it just disappears. You know? And I mean, like, if I'm the only one that ends up standing up at the end, you know, I mean, you know, I'll go down swinging for them. I mean, and I don't have a problem with that. And I've told them that. But I'm glad I'm not. And I'm glad that, you know, so many people, so many, you know, and tonight, you know, this morning for me, but tonight, you know, tens of thousands of people showed up and showed that same support for both of them. That, you know, that they aren't alone, and that there's still, you know, there's still people out there that stand up and support them, because, hey, you know, I mean, it could have been very easy for everyone just to move on. And luckily, they have the support of lots of people. And, you know, Nazuna definitely deserved to feel that support, you know. And it kind of reminds me of what I told Mel um, recently. We were um, she was talking in a membership stream here not too long ago, and I'm not going to divulge anything major, but she was bringing up the fact that um, well, let me backtrack a little bit. I had used my monthly membership, my free membership, message, and then I just dropped her a line, told her that her anniversary merch, the rest of her anniversary merch, finally reached me. I was missing one piece of it, and it finally showed up after God. I think it, I ordered it like 10 months ago, and it finally showed up, and I just told her, I said, um, I just want to let you know your anniversary merch showed up, and I'm very happy to support you, you know. And she was just kind of reminiscing about the fact that her next anniversary is coming up, and she was talking about the fact that she couldn't believe it, because and back then she didn't think that she would make it this far because of the whole stalker incident that she ran into back then, and that she didn't think that she would make it past the stalker incident, and and I told her, I said, I said, you know because you were strong and you stuck with it, and you got through it, and because you were able to get through it, I was able to meet you, and because I was able to meet you, you were able to support me without even knowing it, and got me through the hardest part of my life, and I'm very thankful for that. you know and I've told her my story. I've written it out to her, and she's seen it in her membership, um, her membership wall and everything like that. And I know she's read it, because she's put her little heart thing but next to it. Um, but it really affects me, because I look at what she does, right? I look at what Mel has done for me, what Roboco has done for me. I look at what Ankaro has done for me, what Hoshion has done for me, what Rushia has done for me. I look at what they have done for me as a person, and I realize that what they have done has value, and it's not that the streams that they have done necessarily has value, it's, or that, you know, the data has value. It's the fact that what they have produced, what they have given has value. And that's what needs to be preserved, right? Now, part of that legacy is the data. And that's what and that's what many of us have fought to preserve and make sure that, that data is saved. So there is a legacy there. But the larger part is that we wanted to make sure that people like, Mike Nico, like Nazuna, like Coco, and like K-san, we wanted to make sure that they, landed on their feet, that they didn't feel like they were alone. Even Keisan, as as tough as she tries to portray herself, as a as a loner, as somebody who rides on her own, who started off as her own and had people come to her, and then she saw them along the way, and she ends up on her own, and then she goes drifts on her own and all that other stuff. That's fine. Hell, I'm the same way. However, what's better than seeing all those people going off and succeeding? It's looking up and seeing that there's somebody there waiting for you, even after you've taken a spill, and you get up and you realize, hey, my ride's messed up. I don't have any money to fix it, and now I have to walk. You still look up, and there's people there, willing to walk with you. Keisan and Nazuna needed those people to walk with them. And the biggest thing that they needed at that moment wasn't the fact that they had a fan club, or they had somebody cheering them on, or somebody giving them money. It was the fact that there were still people there that believed in them. And people that actually cared about them, not that that they had a fandom. Everybody can have a fandom, but not everybody can have people that care about them. And it took a lot of cutting through of a lot of noise for people that actually cared about a certain person, for us to reach that person so they can get the help that they needed. And as a lot of you guys that are regulars know, people like me had to endure a lot of hell just to reach that person. And I'm not saying that, again, I'm not taking credit for it. I'm just saying that we, and people like me in particular, went through a lot of hell just to try to reach her. And I'd like to think that I did reach her, or at least I was part of the solution. But seeing her tonight, and seeing her actually truthfully happy, which she is happy, I believe 100% that she was honestly, truthfully, 100% genuinely happy to be presented as the person she is. I honestly believe that she has found a new home where she can belong. So for her to be able to present herself the way she did, with the people that she's with, I think, and I hope, that she has the environment that she can thrive in, so long as the support continues to be there, and the people that are currently supporting her don't lead her astray. That includes the specialists, the doctors. That includes the professionals, and most of all, her colleagues. Um, I believe that um, I believe that Kason will be a good um, counterbalance for her, um, especially in somebody to lean on while she's adapting to the environment that she's in. I mean, Twitch itself is a huge environmental change. However, I also think that she will also be able to um, come back to a more familiar environment. Granted, she does stream regularly on YouTube. The interesting thing will be whether or not we see her channel monetize here in the near future. That's going to be the biggest thing is if we see her channel monetize here in the near future, then I think then we'll know for certain that she will we'll know for certain that she will be streaming over here, because she's already at she already has surpassed the subscriber mark. So assuming that we see a video go up here, that the biggest thing that we'll have to watch for going forward is whether or not she uploads a video. The moment she uploads a video, even if it's like a introduction video, and hi, this is me, I'm Nazuna, and she talks about herself or something like that. As soon as she uploads it, it's gonna get 1 million views. It's not it easily. The 8-second test video of her saying nothing, easily got 1 million views, and that alone got her other channel monetized. That's how easy it was for her to get monetized. This one here, as soon as that 12-second video got her monetized, and that 12-second video, she said absolutely nothing, and she got monetized. I have more than that in videos on my channel. I don't have 2.8 million views, but I have more than the threshold to get monetized, but I don't have 850,000 subscribers, so I can't get monetized yet. But anyways. So yeah, so we'll keep an eye on her channel. And if her channel does have a video pop up on it, then we'll immediately know that her channel will get monetized shortly after that, because hey, she's already past the subscriber mark. All she needs is 1,000 hours of watched videos on her channel, and after that, her channel can easily get monetized. That's all she needs. Everything else, she's already passed all the thresholds for monetization. So, the sooner she uploads a video up here, the sooner she can get monetized. But again, that's assuming that she does stream on this channel at all. If she doesn't, then we probably won't see a video go up on this channel. But I am willing to bet anything she'll upload something here sooner or later. I mean, almost every other, Bishoujo woman has one up here. So we'll keep an eye on it. So anyways, guys, I have surpassed 5 hours of streaming. Oh, wow. And I have yet to sleep yet. So I am going to crash for a bit. I do plan on streaming later on tonight. For me, it'll probably be morning for some of you, but it'll be tonight for me. Again, it will likely be about 8 p.m. Central Time when I stream. I will be doing my typical Sunday Night Raw. If my my game doesn't crash, it crashed on me earlier on Saturday, and I lost everything that I was working on. So I'm gonna sleep here this morning, and then when I wake up later on, I'm gonna try to rebuild everything and get it ready for this evening. If it crashes on me again, I'm just gonna have to reinstall the entire game, and then I'll end up having to I'll end up having to postpone it probably until Monday. Otherwise, you'll see a waiting room go up here later on today. And other than that, we'll keep an eye on her YouTube channel. We'll keep an eye on her Twitch channel, and just see how things go for her. And if any other news comes about, we'll definitely go live. If anything, we may end up doing kind of like a we may end up doing kind of like a short clip episode type stream, if nothing else, because I'm sure there's probably going to end up being a lot of good clips here when she starts streaming regularly. So that might also be fun too. So we'll put some ideas together. Yeah. Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, I hear ya. If anything, I'll post on Twitter whether or not I delay it until Monday. If I wake up here later on and I'm just too drained, I'll just post on Twitter that I'm postponing it till Monday and blame it on her. I mean, you guys gotta give me a pass for staying up late for her and talking about her. Go on, I'll show you her hip swinging one more time if you give me a pass. Come on, guys, give me a pass. Look! I had to stay up for that. Give me a pass, guys. Come on. Okay, guys. We're gonna end on this high note here. We're gonna end on this cute high note. So, thank you guys very much for staying up with me, or hanging out with me. We'll catch you guys on the flip side, and we'll keep an eye on our angel here, and hopefully we'll have many great memories with her moving forward. yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. We'll catch you guys later. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.